At FantomWorks, 3 things matter to us. Cars, country,
This motor rocks.
and cars. We make cars better than the day they rolled out. And for us, this is more than a job. This is our life. Love your car as much as we do, and we're gonna get along fine.
I need it in 2 months.
Mostly. Truth is, if we have to pick between you and your car, we're not picking you. I believe men have 2 passions in life, truly. One is for women, and the other is for a car. When I started FantomWorks, it was just me working in a burned-out garage. I'm former military, was a Green Beret and a test pilot. My intent was to build a shop that ran with a military precision.
Nice.
Using my favorite fine adjustment tool.
I didn't get that,
Oh, that's hot.
but I did build the biggest car restoration shop in America. Everything I own is sunk into FantomWorks. If this company fails, I fail, and I never lose sight of that.
Bobby thinks I'm using
So
throughout
you're
the day.
taking my tools. Okay, if
That's
you
not
take them,
yours.
you're leaving. Mike, get out.
Dan's definitely a hard guy to work for, but in this kind of business, if you want to get ahead, you got to be pretty much a hard ass.
That's a big enough difference that Stevie Wonder could see. That sucks.
It's really just a dysfunctional f***ing family. Like, that's just what it is.
I expect everyone to give everything every day, nothing less. We're not gonna do anything unless it's right. We don't work for owners who flip cars, and we don't cut corners.
With all your knowledge, you will not touch this car.
No. Here, every car has a story. We've got this classic 63 Corvette coming into the shop.
Bring it over to the right just a little bit. There you go.
The owner has assured me on the phone it's in absolutely beautiful shape. I've heard this line before.
The body seams are coming out. This is an early 63.
Yeah, this door's out of alignment over here pretty bad.
When it comes to a classic car, you can never judge a book by its cover.
Control arm bushings are pretty much rotted out.
Hoses are all rubbed through right here.
The fan is worn out. You can feel the play in it.
Let's put it up and check the underside. They only get uglier. Our first step in this case is go bumper to bumper and do a very thorough inspection before we actually start ripping it apart.
1985 tags, bias ply tires. So that means this car has been off the road 27 years.
Vehicles are rarely parked unless there's a big problem. If I'm going to do this car, the owner has to be just as committed as I am. Dan Short?
I'm James Summers.
Nice to meet you,
Nice to
James.
meet you, Dan.
Grab a seat. It's a two-way street, and it's time for James to show me that he's ready for this project.
Just so we're clear, there is no just slapping some paint on it. It's a lot of work to restore a C2. Every system has to be brought back. Transmission, I gotta go through that. Differential, I gotta go through that. Are you serious about taking this car and kind of pulling it out of a coma after it's been sort of put away that long?
I've been watching the car for about 10 years, so when it came for sale, I was ready to buy it. So I'm very serious. I want to get the car running.
Purist or practical?
I want to be able to drive the car. I don't necessarily intend for it to be a showpiece. Ultimately, my dream's been to have a split window.
Okay.
It comes with the hardtop option, but it's not the split window option.
The most iconic form of that car was the split window coupe. He owns a convertible, so what James is asking for is a split window coupe that's also a convertible at the same time.
So nice wheels, some modern upgrades, a pretty red, ballpark of 50-ish K.
Okay.
And we really got to consider this whole top concept because it's never been done. And
What's the odds of having this ready within 2 months? I'm getting married, and I want to have this car for our drive-away car at the wedding. It's really important for me to have the car ready on my wedding day because it's so special to me, and it's such a special event.
you are getting married in 2 months, and you're waiting till today to bring me a car that needs a ground-up restoration on.
But like the thing, you know, for me, I mean, it's been protected in a garage.
Everyone who brings a car in here is convinced that their car is perfect, and they're basically going out with the prom queen. If I'm going to do this car, he has to be given a reality check, and for James, it's now. Good news, bad news, it's all relative. Take a look at your frame members. Some minor surface rust, nothing to be concerned with at all. Here's the bad news. We can't do anything with this car until we drain and flush every single component of the fuel system.
Today's the first day I met Dan, and the way he goes through the car makes me feel like it's a piece of crap.
Find me a piece of rubber on this car that isn't disintegrated.
Right.
And there is none.
It's crazy because it's like every single piece on that car has to be touched or messed with.
We've got a few issues here. Actually, you'll notice that your tire can't even spin. It's actually bound by this, so.
Okay. I thought it would be a month-long process.
You see how beat up the pan is, oil canister?
What else could there be?
Take a look up here at the body lines. You see how you can see some cracking here?
Wow.
What I believe is this car was hit flat in the ass. It took out the rear portion of the quarters, the tail pan, and the upper valance.
Yeah, I didn't realize it had been hit before. As much money as I paid for this car, now to hear how much is wrong with it, I'm shell-shocked right now.
Let me hit you with kind of a blinding flash of the obvious that may not be for you. These shows where you see a car built in a week, total bullshit. You couldn't even find out the parts you needed in a week and get them here.
Right.
So you spend months ordering parts. That's a typical process. I got 65 cars in front of your car, okay? You're not the only car in my shop. The only way it could happen in 8 weeks is I rip this car apart starting today.
Right.
I have the money from you today to order every damn part I need. And then we gotta pray that nothing goes wrong.
Right.
I mean, like, damn near nothing goes wrong.
Yeah. Can you do it?
I'm building this car for James because he needs my help to create the star of his wedding. I don't normally work with deadlines, but in this case, it's a 1963 Corvette. I don't normally turn down the most beautiful car ever made. We're going to do a complete restoration going through every system on his car. We're going to rebuild his original 327 and add an entirely new suspension system, power steering, disc brakes, wheels, and tires. We'll repair the accident damage, restore the fiberglass body, and give it a beautiful new paint job. Then the cherry on top, the world's first split window convertible top. It'll be amazing.
Within the next 2 months, this car needs to be done, and I really want this car done right. I don't know about working on cars, but I'm gonna pay him the money, and I expect him to have this car ready.
Hey, Dan?
Yeah.
Your appointment's here.
Are you Bill? I've got a guy named Bill coming in to discuss a hot rod. I'm interested in what he's got to say because this one doesn't sound like a typical restoration. So, what brings you in today?
Well, I've got a 1931 Ford Model A Coupe that I need to have restored. My father's had it for 40-some years. He's done a lot of work and stuff on it, you know. I've tried to work on it myself, look something up on the internet, see how it's done, and I try and do it. But it just seems that there's some parts of this that are just way over my head, and that's why I'm coming to you.
I'm not crazy about any of the stuff I see written in forums or on these blogs. So it's a little unnerving because that's where Bill is getting all of his information.
Oh, this is some of the pictures of him with the car and that kind of stuff and what he's done to it.
I'm guessing that's...
Yeah, that's my
That's
dad
Dad?
welding the top after he chopped it.
Is this something that's solid? You're real happy with the work? You talking about cleaning stuff up or...
No, because he pretty much would do whatever he had to so it would drive down the road. When he wanted to attach something to the chassis, he would literally drill a hole and use a nut and a bolt. So unfortunately, the chassis kind of looks like Swiss cheese, okay?
I know this is a disaster waiting to happen. Between Bill's father and Bill, who took over as an internet mechanic, this project scares the shit out of me. I'm not confident that I'm the right guy for this job. Maybe you guys are going to be better off if you two get back together and just look at getting this thing running again if that's the problem. So
That is the problem. My dad passed away 2 years ago, all right? He lived in Arizona. I never got to know him. And the only thing that I know of him is this car. And and he's had it almost as long as I've been alive.
Look, I'm very sorry for the passing of your dad.
This is the only connection I have to my father, and I want this to be a part of my life so that it kind of gives me a sense that he's with me. I started working on it. I tried to restore it, but I can't do it on my own.
I'm not going to make any promises. I'll be honest with you, okay? I'm going to need to see it, but if it's something that we can work on, we absolutely will. All right, Bill? Thanks. You know, for me, a car is far bigger than a bunch of collections of metal and rubber and parts. And in this case, the car represents even more. How can I say yes to a car that I know is going to bite me in the ass in every way possible, and yet, how do you say no to a man like this? What the hell am I getting myself into?
My dad passed away 2 years ago. I never got to know him, and the only thing that I know of him is this car.
Bill's only connection to his father is this 31 Model A hot rod he inherited. Unfortunately, Bill is an internet mechanic, so I'm going to Bill's house to figure out really what we're dealing with. I'm bringing Kyle along to take a look at this hot rod. He's the lead man in my metal shop, and he might be young, but he absolutely knows his stuff. There's no one better. Unfortunately, he doesn't always consider budget when he's looking at what he can do with a car, so I absolutely have to keep him reined in. Kyle loves a hot rod as much as any human on the earth, so who does? I think we're in the right place. You didn't tell me you took it all apart. There's no accelerator, there's no shift linkage.
The engine was being rebuilt at the time when he passed away, so I rebuilt the top part of the engine.
Rebuilt the top. And it's one thing to repair a system or to modify it a little bit, but it's another thing to try and recreate the entire thing when you have a missing start point. My thoughts are you have to come to grips with what exactly you want this car to be.
Dan's a touch more conservative than I am when it comes to a hot rod. I'm much more chop it, slam it. If there's a part on it I haven't cut up yet, I'm not done. I look at the pieces he's got and what it's going to take to make them fit.
My dad had this thing as a hot rod. That's the way I'd like to keep it. Yeah.
You want to get it back down as low as it was?
I'm going to stop both of you. If you say that, put a price on that. Because I think that's a $10,000 decision. Kyle will always default to we can do this. And of course, he's ready to drop $100,000 into the car.
All right. Keep rolling out, punch the tires to turn it.
Can the car be built? Absolutely. Will it be more difficult as a result of what he did? Absolutely. If it wasn't for the fact that his father passed away and this is his only link to his dad, I'd turn the project down. I wouldn't bother doing this one. We have less than 8 weeks to get this '63 Corvette ready for a wedding. What I really want is 8 months. The deadline is extremely tight, but it's doable if nothing goes wrong. It's the unknown unknowns that kick your ass. The nasty problems that could derail us, and we just got our first one, the engine. Take a look at these cam lobes, if you can even still call that a cam lobe.
Yeah, that's almost completely rounded off.
The first one is bad, the second one is gone, third one is bad. The car's got 62,000 original miles, but probably the last 5,000 of them, the car was running like smashed crap because you probably couldn't get out of your driveway with this camshaft in it. James, this is Dan Short down at the shop. Are you familiar with the term wiped cam lobe? Here's what I'm going to suggest. We go in with a 350, punch 20 or 30 over. God willing and the creek don't rise, it doesn't come up through your hood. As I tell my guys, I'd about kiss someone's ass in Times Square high noon the first time I actually get a car that goes according to the plan. They never do.
When I heard 31 Model A, I was like, oh, if I had kids, I might sell one of my kids for one. But I don't have kids, so I can't do that.
Building muscle cars is great, but I'm a hot rodder. The more drastic I can change it, the happier I am.
When we're done with it, it's gonna look even more badass.
The guys in the metal shop absolutely love the idea of building this 31 Highboy. So we're gonna do the car, but Bill and I really have to sit down and make sure that we have an agreement on the money. We're missing some major systems of the car. And so I wanted to get some sense of requirements and finances and make sure that we were at least in the same kind of ballpark.
Right. I can't do more than $20,000. I just can't.
20K parts and labor. There is no way in 200 hours you can take every system that's been gutted off that car, hand-build custom systems, and bring that car to the safety standards that I require.
This is my dad's car, and I want to continue his legacy in that. I'm not sure how much these things are supposed to cost. All I can say is that we take the car as far as we can, and when you get to that limit, it's got to stop, because I can't do any more.
I'm gonna take Bill's restoration on, but with a limited budget, our priorities are to make this car safe. We're gonna start with the structure, make sure it's sound, add brakes, and make it as dependable as possible. Unfortunately, it needs an engine, a transmission, and a custom-built radiator. We're gonna take this car as far as 20,000 will allow, and no more. I can't afford to pay for it myself, and quite honestly, that's his decision, not mine. The Corvette is in the body shop and they're close to finishing the work on it. A fiberglass body can be a real pain in the ass to work with. It's not nearly as forgiving as sheet metal. Fiberglass warps and twists in the heat and can even crack and shatter if you're not working with it perfectly. To complete the bodywork and make sure our seams are straight and everything fits properly, we need to drop the new engine in the car. We've replaced James's original 327 with a 350. We kept the 327 badging on the valve covers just to retain that original look. Dino and Dan Jr. are installing the engine now.
It looks like we're pretty much lined up here. Back as far as it'll go without lowering it some more.
Okay, you can lower it a little bit. Look down slow, because it is my head underneath.
Dino is a terrific mechanic, and I don't want my guys to be by the book, but I at least sometimes wish they knew where it was.
I'm just laying down on the job.
None of that. Would it come down on you a little bit?
It's crushing me just a little bit.
Oh, just exhale.
Dan Jr. is my son, and I absolutely love him. However, he's working in my shop. I expect him to act professional and get the job done.
What, hit your finger?
Don't hit my finger.
I only have 10 fingers, and I, would like to keep all 10 of them. Motor mounts are new, they're aftermarket, and when you work on cars this old, nothing's ever 100% perfect. I'm gonna have to make them fit.
You need a flat tip screwdriver?
No, I need a magic wand.
Anytime you're putting a new engine into an old car, you're going to run into a few problems.
Dang it, man.
But if you focus on the problems and knock off the chit-chat, the problems will probably solve themselves.
One way or another, it is going to fit.
That's center right there.
Almost.
A little bit more.
I call my hammer my fine adjustment tool.
Yay! Thank you, come again.
Now that the engine is installed, it's time to start it up and make sure everything is working the way it should.
Hopefully, if when we started, nothing will sound wrong, but if anything does go wrong, we're gonna be in a tight spot. We don't have a lot of time.
Pump it, let me see how the fuels come out. Daniel, cut it off, quick!
Hey, kill the key, kill the key.
It's never a good thing to hear metal grinding the first time you start a car. It's time to find the problem and find it now.
It looks like it's been mangled.
Daniel, cut it off, quick!
We just fired up the Corvette engine for the first time and heard a horrendous noise. We're putting it up on the lift right now to find out what the hell is going on.
Oh, I see what it is. It's hitting the back of the crankshaft.
Yeah, but I don't know why. Maybe are the bolts too big sticking out of it?
No, it looks like it's bent the wrong way.
Pull it out.
This piece is just the duct shield. Keeps dust and dirt from getting in the bell housing. This side was like this side but it looks like it must have been bent just a little bit, and it hit the crankshaft, and it just folded it back like that, and that's all the noise we were hearing. Just want to get JP to straighten this out really quick.
No sooner did we get the dust shield straightened out and reinstalled, then we ran into a much more serious problem.
Hey, Danny!
Seeing the puddle of oil on the floor, that could never mean anything good. Of course, you know, the engine's supposed to be sealed. It was just freshly rebuilt, so we're gonna have to find out where it's coming from.
I already put this pick through it. I mean, it's...
No, it's not. Watch out.
But angle it down towards the inside of the pan. Bam, right through. Yep. It's the wrong oil pan gasket.
Great.
It's the wrong gasket.
Turns out the company that built the motor used the wrong oil pan gasket. It was a fairly simple mistake. Anybody could have made it, but, you know, I'm not saying I would have made that mistake.
This is quite a bad delay. This is going to put us behind schedule. And the biggest thing is, can we get the oil pan gasket today? That's something I honestly don't know.
The hot rod is in the metal shop, and right now Kyle's got a difficult challenge. He's got to bring this car back to life, making it safe, while keeping Bill's father's work alive.
When we get a car like this, it's a clean slate and a blank palette, but it's not, because the guy knows what he wants. Right now, all this is an empty shell. There's not a single wire in it. There's not a steering column. There are no pedals. There's no brakes. We have to make all those systems work and fit together in a space that's a whole lot smaller than it was. And, you know, we got to put 10 pounds of crap in a 3-pound bag. If it were up to me, I'd kind of like to either build a frame or put a new frame under it. But we're still going to make it a cool car.
James wants a split window for his '63 Corvette. He owns a convertible, and he has asked me to build a coupe top for a convertible. No one has ever done that before. We're starting by making a mold from a '63 original split window top. Then what we have to do is build a support structure so that this top can actually be removed and installed on a convertible while maintaining a waterproof seal. I'm actually very excited about taking it on. I'm also terrified as hell about taking it on in this time frame. The company that built the engine has replaced the oil pan gasket. Now it's time to see if this engine runs.
All right.
Are you ready now?
Yeah, we're ready now.
Are you sure?
I think so.
Are you positive?
Let's go for it. Hold it. All right.
With our extreme awesome talent, we got the car burn like a kitten. And now we just need to move on with it and get it on the road.
Kyle's been working on the '31 Model A hot rod. Apparently he's come across an issue that he needs to talk to me about.
Trying to hang the rear suspension on this frame, I'm just looking at the way he built it. This is not sturdy enough to support this body, let alone the rear suspension.
You know, Kyle, you've been busting my ass about this damn frame since the day we got this car, and it feels like right now you're giving me another excuse for wanting to chop the frame.
I'm concerned about this guy going down the road, taking a corner, and the rear of this frame coming apart, him dropping the body into a wheel and locking a wheel up.
All right, Kyle, I'll check the welds.
Go for it.
Not bad. Wow. Holy shit.
Kyle's concerns about the integrity of the welds on the Model A frame led us to test the frame. Unfortunately, the results weren't good.
Holy shit. Is any of this usable?
No.
So you can't just fix this?
No, I want to come in and rebuild the back 18 inches of the frame. That's the only way that I'm going to be confident in the strength of this portion of the frame.
Just one more in a pile.
Rebuilding the frame was not something we were expecting to do. Any more surprises, and we won't be able to finish critical systems with this ridiculously small budget.
If If I'm not 100% confident that it's gonna stay together and last and not fail going down the road, that it needs to be changed. Right now, I don't have a choice but to kind of make this from scratch.
FantomWorks, this is Audrey. How can I help you? James Summers just called about a '63 Corvette and wants to come in and check the progress.
JP's got it over here now. You got to see the wheels. Everything is brand new up underneath the back here. So you've got four-wheel power disc brakes. You know, we modified the spring a little bit like we did on the other car. You saw it to give you that little bit lower stance in the back.
Yep. Now, when do you guys plan on painting it?
Probably Tuesday, Wednesday,
Okay.
we should be putting paint on the car.
I can see that there's new parts and looks good, but it looks like it's gonna be tight.
Don't worry about it just yet.
I'll go into panic mode next Friday. I do trust Stan, I trust their shop, but I'm really concerned. I got people coming from all over the country just to see the car. It better be ready on my wedding day.
We've got an extremely tight deadline on this Corvette, and we've got to get it into paint right now.
I don't have any time for second chances on this car, so I'm gonna be double checking everything 2 or 3 times before I start anything. Everything's gotta be surgically clean. The booth has to be completely free of contaminants and dust. Clear coat's really sensitive, and it could cause it to separate and not want to stick to the car. Once you get the first coat on, if there's a mistake, then you gotta let it dry overnight, come in the next day, sand it all back down, and repaint it. If anything goes wrong here in paint, the car's definitely not gonna make it on time.
Right now, I'm working on the hot rod. The body itself on this car is in great shape, but it's not perfectly symmetrical, and I'm kind of stuck building to that. It's a lot of fit and bend and hammer and fit and bend and hammer, but we'll make it fit. The floor is pretty much complete, and the firewall is what I'm working on now.
Kyle's doing an amazing job of tying together the needs of the car, using as much of the legacy of Bill and his father's work as he could. I think both of them would be extremely proud of the finished product. Alan really needed to nail the paint on this Corvette, and fortunately he did. Now I've got to get the finishing touches put on the car so I can take it out for the first test drive. Joel, how's this thing going?
Good. We got like 1 or 2 things left on our checklist.
Is it ready to drive?
Yeah.
All right, because we're down to 4 days till we got to deliver the car. The first chance to drive a car, it's the sort of the culmination of all the work that's gone into it. All right, guys, thanks. So you want the test drive to go just like the car looks. It needs to be kind of flawless. Gauges are all good. Even though I don't like driving a brand new engine like you stole it, so to speak, you kind of have to, because you know the owner is going to do that. So if it's going to fall flat in its ass, I want to have it do that to me. Steering is off. The car is pulling badly to the left. The more I'm pushing it, the worse it's getting. This test drive absolutely had to go well, and it absolutely didn't. It's not only lacking any return, it's actually pulling to the left. So it wants to pull you into oncoming traffic. Not a good thing. The sinister problem that we could be facing is a bent frame. And that would, of course, be the worst of all scenarios. This just sucks. Like the body is twisted.
Twisted
like
and
the frame
shifted.
is here,
Exactly.
and the body is turned. This 63 Corvette was supposed to be in great shape. So far, we've had nothing but problems. And now, just days before James's wedding, we've got a bent frame. It always comes down to the wire, doesn't it? This one bit me in the ass. I absolutely wasn't expecting it.
And that looks like that can get done today?
Our frame shop says that they can do a pull and straighten the frame without releasing the fiberglass body. In doing a frame pull, what they have to do is lock down the frame and straighten it back up again, so essentially twist the entire frame. There's risk involved in that because you can crack the fiberglass body when doing a pull. Are we good?
The car goes straight, the frame is straight.
Let's get it cleaned up, the last of the buffing.
Hey, buddy. Oh,
I know this is your wedding, so.
My day's easy, buddy. It's my wedding day. I'm so excited to see the car. I'm a little worried about the bill. I have not got the final numbers, so that's going to be a little bit of a surprise, but overall, I'm excited.
Let me tell you kind of where we are.
Okay.
Here are the things that weren't originally planned on the car that we ended up doing. Obviously, the first big one was the engine. We discovered cam lobes that are completely wiped out. We went out and got you another engine and put that in. We put you in electronic ignition, a new distributor, and an intake for your car. The split window convertible option. You remember it had been hit in the ass end. That was a trip to the frame shop to get the frame pulled and straightened out. Hideaway headlights, that's a couple $3,000 issue right there.
The list of parts is really getting huge. I don't know if he's ever going to stop.
We actually ended up at 62.8.
I wasn't expecting it to cost anywhere near, what the budget came in. It's more than my freaking wedding. Okay.
James is a little upset with the bill.
Writing this check it's painful, but it better be worth it.
Like a woman who forgets about all the screaming the minute the baby is put in her arms, I need James to look at this car, and I think when he looks at it, he will understand, and I want to sort of put this baby in his arms.
Is this mine?
This is your car.
Holy smokes.
Isn't that beautiful?
You gotta be kidding, man.
What do you think? Is it what you were expecting?
Oh, man, it's a lot more. It is a lot more than what I was thinking. That paint is just popping off that thing. It is unbelievable.
The most beautiful car in the world.
Unreal.
And it's yours.
It really is amazing. You did really, really good. Let's start it up. Woo! Yeah, baby. That's sick right there.
This is so much more engine than came in it.
I'm gonna tell you what, I didn't know that you guys were actually gonna be able to really get it done.
It kicked our ass, I'll tell you.
I just want to, drive away from the wedding with my wife, right by my side, and, just perfect day. Absolutely perfect day.
The fact that we're here and the wedding's going off and people love the car, it's actually all really cool. All the car has to do now is start, not flood out, and not have any problems.
Have you seen the car?
God, it's so beautiful! Look at that red. God, this is so beautiful. Fire it up. See what we got.
Don't get me wrong, his fiancée is a real pretty girl, but I think the Corvette stole the show. I promised Bill this car back in time for the anniversary of his father's birthday. Unfortunately, we're down to the wire and we have a lot still to go. That 5% that kicks you in the ass, which becomes 95% of the work, is what we're fighting with right now. Our brakes aren't finished yet. Our accelerator's not installed. We're down a couple hours before he shows up, so we've got a lot of work to do in the next 2 hours.
That's hot.
Great. What's happening with our accelerator?
See, Steve, kick down cable, throttle cable, gauges down. I gotta open the holes up in the gauge holes.
Why don't we have someone opening up the gauge holes now?
I'm gonna let him install the seat right now.
Okay, good.
That's where he's at, is getting the seat installed.
Sounds like I'm in your way then.
I didn't want to say that. Yes, sir.
It's great to have Dan working on the car with us when we're all stressed out. We're all flipping out. You know, we're running around like a bunch of bees, out of whack. The main guy stressed out with us, getting dirty, getting nasty to try to get this car done. It makes for a full team.
I feel like Michael Jackson.
With everybody working together, I don't even think about the possibility that we won't make our deadline. I don't see a way we would miss it unless something catastrophic happens to the car itself. I'm not worried about the deadline at all, period.
Something's wrong with this thing, man.
Something's not right. You got red hot coming out here, and this radiator's completely cold. It's not red hot. This is hot as radiator.
Our custom-built radiator is causing us a big problem.
Is it just water in there? Not even warm, though.
I would hate to have to give the owner bad news that he's not going to be able to have it today, but as things are going right now, I think we've got, at best, maybe a 50-50 shot.
Top of the radiator is nice and hot. The bottom of the radiator is completely cold.
Yeah.
I don't think this radiator is going to work for this engine. Just doesn't seem like there's any circulation going on with this radiator.
Go ahead and shut it down. Something's not right here. Did anybody test this radiator? Just put a hose into it and check it. Okay, well, I think that was a mistake. So the question is it the radiator or is it the circulation because of the hose? Model A radiator is extremely unique in that it fits perfectly into a grill shell and is unlike the shape of about any other radiator and certainly nothing like any modern car. This is a bad time to find this. We have to make this one work because if we keep using it the way it is, it will burn up the engine and cause a lot more damage. Hey, Steve, grab us a clean drain pan and we're gonna see if we're getting any flow through the radiator. Steve. Steve. Is there coolant in that? Yeah, it's coming out. I think it's this hose. It's got to be blocked. There was nothing that came out. I should have seen a couple of gallons of fluid run out of this. And I saw a quart and it stopped. So we've got no fluid in here. We needed a custom-built radiator for this stupid car and we don't have it.
I don't think I've ever seen Dan this nervous or stressed out about a vehicle.
Here's what I want you to do. Just grab some water, grab yourself a quart of water.
And see if it comes out?
And I want to see if a quart of water comes out.
Right behind you.
And I want to see how fast it comes out. And start pouring it in. Keep going, just keep pouring it in.
I'm pouring.
Ain't coming out. Where the hell did all the rest of the water go? It didn't come out. Keep going. No, we've got a severely restricted radiator.
FantomWorks, this is Audrey. Hey, Belle. Everything's going great. Bill just called and he's on his way, and I don't think that car is close to being ready. Not a problem. We'll see you when you get here. I know the weather's really bad, so just be careful. All right, bye.
There ain't no water in that thing. There you go.
Okay, start filling it up with that, only we need to run the motor.
Well, it's taking it now.
We just put 1.5 gallons in it that we never put out of it. Stop. Yep, let's fire it up and see what we got. Stealing warm water comes through the bottom hose already. Oh, yeah. There. Yeah, baby. With the radiator problem fixed, the car is ready for delivery. Bill is here to pick up the 31 Model A. All that we've got to do now is get Bill back together with his dad's car. As you know, your budget was very limited, and quite honestly, you could have easily thrown twice that budget at it. The devil's in the details, there's always more, but this is the top level stuff we did. We started by fabricating floors from scratch, building you a firewall, designing a rear suspension mounting system. It ended up rebuilding much of the frame due to some structural issues, building you a complete brake system, like A to Z, every piece of it, your radiator, your cooling system, and then of course getting the car running. We of course took care of all the paint work, restored your father's paint, and then finally all the finish work. A seat that actually worked with your car, seat belts,
and then enough gauges and wiring to get you on the road. So the project is ready for you to take it over at this point. Are you ready to go look at your car?
Yes, I am.
Go see it.
Thanks.
It's been amazing taking this, it's really a time capsule, right? I mean, this car is 80 years old, or approaching 80 years old.
Yeah.
I think without further ado,
How is this going to turn out? What's it going to look like?
what do you think?
It's beautiful.
Well, what do you think?
It's fantastic. How you doing?
Good, man. I'd like to thank you for letting us do this project for you.
My dad would be so happy with this. To see the results of that was incredible. It was fantastic, and I couldn't have imagined it any better.
The guys were very, very motivated. They knew what this meant to you. It was very important to them to get this right and to basically bring the two of you back together.
Thank you very much. This
Bill,
is
it's been my pleasure.
amazing. All I was doing was looking at it and just picturing my dad sitting in the driver's seat and thinking about just, let's go for a ride, son.
You know, I would love to take it out. The weather's a little nasty. I'm not sure if it's a really good idea.
I don't think there could be bad weather when it comes to driving this car.
You want to go out?
Yes, I do. Oh, that's amazing.
Sounds good, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah. God, this is great. The feeling of driving the car was just pure excitement. My emotions were in a roller coaster. Driving the car gave me that feeling of being on a roller coaster. It was just a fantastic feeling. I was warm inside, no matter what the temperature was, no matter what the weather was like. It'll never be a bad day to drive my dad's car.
Oh, gentlemen. We've got a 1926 Velie coming to the shop. Really interesting for us because I've really wanted to get into the restoration of pre-war cars. Sir, come on in, grab a seat. The Velies were produced from about 1910 to around 1930.
There's only about 90-some left in the United States.
Okay.
When I bought it, it was like a brand new car to me. And I never heard of a Velie. It's a beautiful car.
I haven't had it fired up for 44 years.
You do understand that brand new 50 years ago is a little bit different than brand new.
When you look at it, it still looks brand new.
Okay. Lowell and Joe, the father and son that are the sort of the co-owners of this Velie, I think they both love the car, but there's that, you know, the father is building the car as a legacy to the son, but the son knows full well, this is Dad's car, it's not my car.
And my thinking, well, all you gotta do is just put some gas and oil in it, it'll fire right back up again.
So you've seen cars probably in worse shape than this one. So ballpark, what do you think it's going to take to bring it back to life?
I don't know. I don't know what it's going to cost. I don't know what's wrong with the car. The challenge to the Velie is huge because not only is the car 90 years old, it has not run in 50 years. You put those two together, and this is really a monumental challenge for us to take on, especially since it's our first pre-war. Was the car properly pickled or stored? Did you drain all the fluids? Did you drain any of the fluids?
No.
The reality is that a full restoration on a pre-war car, which is what we're talking about, can't normally be done for under $100,000.
I think Dan's numbers are a bit on the high side. Money's not an object for my father. For me, this has got to be a realistic spend.
Can I make a recommendation? Mechanical systems start at around 10 grand. What do you say we get it here and we'll start with a mechanical survey and start with a budget of 10-ish. But when I get it here, I'll let you know if we're actually close. And you can decide where to stop and when to stop. Is that fair enough?
That's fair enough.
All right.
That's what we'll do.
Sounds like we got a plan.
Okay,
Thanks,
sounds
Dan.
good.
Let's get the car running. Let's give my father one last chance to drive the car. That's really what this is about.
We agreed to start with the basic mechanics to get the Velie running. That means engineering most of the engine, fuel system, cooling system, brakes, wheels and tires. The challenges are huge, and it actually kind of scares the shit out of me, but we're gonna do it because we have to break into that environment, and I wanna do post-war and pre-war cars at the same time.
All right, so I went ahead and I went through all the logos that we picked out for Wounded Wheels, and I finally just settled on the one with the keys and the tag. I like that one the best, so I went ahead and had a sample t-shirt made up.
Restoring heroes and hot rods. That's cool.
Yeah.
I started planning for Wounded Wheels at the same time I started the company FantomWorks. I've always been a soldier, and then I saw these kids returning home from combat in wheelchairs, and their sacrifices inspired me to do something more. I want to put them in a sports car, in a muscle car, in something that they desire to drive rather than a minivan, and give back to them something that they've lost. As a designer and builder, I knew I had a better shot at getting pregnant than I did of convincing some other fab shop to allow me to put a wheelchair into a muscle car. So I had no other choice. I created my own company to build this in-house. FantomWorks is that company, and now Wounded Wheels is the most important thing I've ever done in my life.
I've been searching, and I found what I think is the perfect start point for building a prototype.
So we actually have a car. Like,
Yes,
we have
we
a
do.
car for Wounded Wheels.
Yes, I expect to see it back here tomorrow or the day after.
Audrey has been with me longer than anyone else. I interviewed her for a job at a car shop, and she really wasn't all that interested, and I explained to her what Wounded Wheels was and really how important it was to me. Instantly, she understood the program and embraced it. She took the job, and since then, she's been my biggest ally on this program.
Wounded Wheels is really important to me. My brother went overseas. He's in the Army, and he broke his back. He was lucky and he can walk, but a lot of these kids that are going over come home really badly hurt. People see them differently. They feel bad for them. They don't give them the respect and the dignity that they deserve. This project helps with that. And a lot of people see it as, oh, you're just giving military a cool car, but it's not that. We're helping them get back to being themselves.
It's very cool because soon we're going to have more than t-shirts and paper. We're going to have a car, and we're going to start bending metal to make this program happen.
That's awesome.
All right, very good. Thank you.
I'm hoping that when people see this car, that they'll support this program in such a way that we can build as many of them as there are veterans who have lost their legs in combat. In the case of the Velie, I'm going to turn it over to the younger guys and sort of see how they cut their teeth on it. There are no manuals, therefore the specifications we need, everything from how the oil pumping and priming system works to the fuel system is going to be hit and miss. We're going to have to figure it out as we go.
This thing's a beast.
Can I bring this old technology and a 25-year-old guy, bring them together and make a union that fits?
That'll work.
That's going to be really the tough part of this build.
I definitely want to get into this engine and find out what's going on. This car is totally sweet to me. I want to get in there and start working on it as soon as possible.
Dino is the perfect man for this car because he's a self-taught mechanic. And you want to take a mechanic that wasn't taught by books for a car that there are no books for.
Check this out. We've got a coat hanger used to assist with the, what is that, clutch return spring?
Nice. That's how mine works.
No, it's never a good sign when you find coat hangers holding up, important pieces of the vehicle.
Another one holding the exhaust pipe together.
This car's gonna be a total nightmare.
Hey, Dan, it's Hank. I'm about, 30 seconds out with your car, man.
Is this the Chevelle? Is this ours?
Oh, yeah, man. This is the car. This is the one right here.
Hank just got back from Kentucky. He picked up the '70 Chevelle SS that's going to be the prototype for our Wounded Wheels project.
You didn't screw this up, right?
No, man.
Okay. I don't need some piece of shit rust bucket to start out with.
The first time I looked at the Chevelle, I thought, man, this is a gorgeous car. And then the second part kicked in and said, but wait, Dan, I need to nitpick this thing to death.
Sounds real good.
It's a finished car until you get your hands on it. It's already done.
Yeah, this is not the way we generally start projects with finished cars, so. Hank has done an amazing job. This car is the perfect prototype vehicle for our Wounded Wheels project. Audrey's brother was wounded in the military, and I know that this is a very personal thing to her as well. I'm really excited to show her this car, and I know she's gonna love it. So, have you seen it yet?
No. As soon as I see the Chevelle, I was in shock. Like, it was a reality. We were actually getting this project off the ground, but I didn't know what to say to him. I'm a little worried. It's kind of small.
Do you realize we got this at a relative bargain basement price? The lines are good, the chrome is good, the interior's solid.
I expected a piece of shit, to be honest.
Yeah.
The inside is a lot smaller than what I was expecting for what we need to do with it.
It's about as reasonably big a muscle car as I would want to do at this program.
I think it's too small.
This is exactly what I was hoping for.
I think it's too small.
We just got a beautiful 1970 Chevelle in for our Wounded Wheels project to build a car for disabled veterans. I thought Audrey would be really excited about it, but instead, she's pissing on my parade. The program is about taking a gorgeous car, something that people want to drive, and putting them in it. And to convert something big and ugly, we kind of miss the whole point of the program. So the Chevelle is that car.
It's really shiny.
No one else has ever been able to do this, so just by virtue of the fact that it's hard, makes me want to do it even more. To convert the Chevelle into a car that can be driven by paraplegic veterans, we need to add a power reverse opening third door, a custom articulating ramp, a floor drop system for getting the wheelchair into the car behind the steering wheel. Then we need to add a hand control system for the accelerator and brakes. And we need all of this to fit into a car that was originally designed to be low and fast. The first thing we have to do is make the door wide enough for a chair and ramp to go into. It's time for us to start mapping out where our cut lines are on the metal. Once we have the opening as big as it can be, at that point we'll start mapping out ramps, turnstiles, and everything we need to get this wheelchair from the outside to the driver's seat.
These are kind of our options.
Okay.
I don't think I can bring it this far back because we're just going to be digging too far into the wheel well.
Well, but the thing is the farther back we cut it, the more access for this chair and this ramp.
I don't think it's reasonable to bring it any further back.
So 3 inches is that big a deal?
Yeah.
3 inches is an amazing amount of difference when I'm looking at a 1/4 inch being the difference between success and failure. So the 3 inches he wants to take, it's almost a mile in my mind right now.
That's all I
can get?
That's all I got.
All right. Dino's pulling apart the 1926 Velie to see what's going on inside. I'm a little afraid of what he's gonna find. The car is 86 years old and was parked for 50 years with the fluids left inside it, and that's a bad combination. There's a lot of problems lurking inside this one.
When the Velie came in, I knew it was gonna be a big job. Started with the basics, checked the fuel systems, the oil, the coolant. Uh-oh, got a hole in the tank. I just need your opinion on this tank. I don't think it's savable, but I figured I'd ask you first. Oh, it's like butter.
I'd rather build a new one than try and fix this one.
All right, well, there's no gas in there, and I don't know what's in there, but there's something in there.
Something in there.
The hell is in there? Whoa. When I
dropped the gas tank and got my first real look inside of it after Kyle opened it up, it was definitely a new experience. I've never seen nothing like that before in my life. Hey, you guys want a snack?
What is that?
It's a brownie. You want some?
Looks like you burnt it.
No, it's crispy.
It's not crispy.
What the fuck is that? That is what's left of the fuel in the Velie gas tank.
No, come on.
That is gasoline returning to its original state. The whole gas tank is lined with it.
Holy crap. That is unbelievable. You know, I've seen this stuff turn to kind of a shellac, you know, thick. I've never seen it turn into a solid. That's a first for me.
Yep.
Let's just chalk everything in it and rebuild all the fuel lines.
This is what came out of the cooling system.
Oh.
Radiator, hoses, everything else, that was all throughout the cooling system.
Okay. It's cool to see how far decay can take a vehicle in 50 years. That is unbelievable. At the same time, it's a little spooky because we've got to build this car.
The radiator on the Velie is completely rotted out, and the fuel system and the generator will have to be built from scratch. This means a bigger job ahead, and unfortunately for Lowell and Joe, it means more money just to get this car on the road. The floors in the Chevelle are in great shape. Unfortunately, we have to cut them up now to fit the wheelchair underneath the steering wheel.
The thought of cutting up a perfect Chevelle is incredibly painful, but I've never been so excited to cut up a car in my entire life.
How's it going?
It's going. We don't have as much space as we thought we did between the frame and the drive shaft.
How much do we have?
We're a good 1.5 inches shy of the chair.
The damn thing we can do about moving the drive shaft. We're 1.5 inches off. Can we take that much out of the chair? We expected this Chevelle's modification process to be tough, but quite honestly, it's far worse than we ever thought. Do me a favor. Jump in the chair. I kind of want to see you come back, and I want to see how much guidance you're going to need.
Backing up, your tires spin.
Oh, stop, right there. This is a huge problem. We've just added, you know, 3.5, 4 inches of outward throw that we simply can't have on a ramp that's already going to be.
Yeah.
You know, it just keeps getting smaller. Have you noticed that?
Yeah.
The damn drive shaft in the Chevelle is closer to the frame than we expected, and the wheelchair won't fit. The mountain's gonna have to come to Mohammed. JP is my machinist. I'm gonna get him to narrow the wheelchair, redesign it, and make it fit. This car is just a microcosm of FantomWorks. It's f***ing impossible, but I'm gonna make it work. I served in the military as a Green Beret, and now to give something back, I've created a nonprofit program called Wounded Wheels. We're trying to convert classic cars to be driven by disabled veterans, so for the prototype, I've chosen a 1970 Chevelle SS.
We don't have as much space as we thought we did.
So far, this car is kicking our ass, but this program is way too important to let a few setbacks stop us.
No, we'll absolutely be there. We'll set up on Friday, and I can't tell you how much I appreciate this. All right, we'll talk to you soon. Yep, bye. Hey, Audrey. We just got invited to an air show with over 100,000 people going to attend, and the Wounded Wheels car is going to be center stage at this air show.
That's awesome. When is it?
It is on the 16th.
It's like a week and a half away.
I know. We got to get some work done.
I mean, if we can get it done, yeah, it's great, it's awesome, but can we get that done in a week and a half? There are gonna be hundreds of thousands of people at this show. If we don't pull this off, that's gonna give a really bad impression.
Tell you what, grab JP and Kyle. We'll have a quick meeting about where we're gonna go with this, but yeah, I think we can.
All right.
All right, thanks.
We're gonna get the Chevelle as ready as we can for this air show, but the reality is it's a full year out from being a developed final prototype. I'm praying that we can get enough of the car put together that people can understand the concept and sort of forgive us our trespasses, but I'm not gonna miss this opportunity to bring this car in front of all these veterans and show the world what we've accomplished. God, I hope nothing falls off this car at the show. With the problems Dino found on the Velie, the rebuild effort is now a lot more complicated. There are less than 300 Velies left in the world, so any parts we need are simply not available, and we'll have to make them.
I have parts that are held together by 50-year-old dirt, and you gotta beat the hell out of it. It's identical to the old one.
Kyle was able to create a replacement gas tank, so that's one down and about 1,000 more to go.
The issues I'm having with the engine is I don't have any information on it. Nobody knows anything about these engines. Everything in this car, I gotta wing it. The thing I'm really worried about is getting the engine started. I mean, even though we've taken all the precautions, cleaning parts, remanufactured what we had to do, it's still no guarantee that when we put fuel fire in this engine, if it's gonna turn over on its own.
Are you ready to crank start it? Sweet.
Let's try it. Rebuilding the Velie's hand-cranked engine is a big challenge because there's no parts and no manual. Dino's challenge is to get it running so reliably that Lowell can use the push-button starter that's been rebuilt every time to get it running.
Nah, something's not quite right. The gasket I made might have been too thick. I am so pissed off at this car right now. I am ready to freaking take a hammer to it.
The Velie, she's constantly kicking our ass. When it comes to a project like this, you get to the point where I've just had enough, but I'll never give up, and Dino sure as hell is not gonna give up. The big day is here, and we're gonna get to show the world what Wounded Wheels is all about. I'm a combat veteran, and I've seen what the devastating effects of injuries like this are on soldiers and their families.
Okay, that's good. We have a group of wounded vets waiting to see this Chevelle. I do not want to let these guys down. I'm hoping that they're going to look at it and they're going to understand what it is I'm trying to do to put them back in a car of their dreams rather than being relegated to a converted minivan. All right. Outstanding, good job. What do you think? Ready to give up your minivan yet?
Yeah, definitely, I'd give it up.
Okay.
We'd be on the way to the house now.
All right, it's not as comfortable. Doesn't have quite as many modern features, but
Yeah. You give away comfort for what you want, so I'd definitely make a sacrifice or two.
We have your approval?
Well, yeah, it works out for me, man. Good to go. It's pretty much indescribable. Like, it's like being 16 and getting your license again, or like getting that special little toy that, you know, you always wanted. Like, it means a lot for me personally.
For necessity, I drive what I drive. For dreams and wishes, that's where my dreams and wishes are.
Now that I see what it means to people, it's been phenomenal. I'm even more excited that we're doing the right thing. Right now, we're still playing with some things. You can see the turning of the chair as he tries to come out. It's a little tough to control those wheels.
Doesn't seem like a lot, but in a chair, like that's like a foot. Like just that little bit of space is drastically getting in and out.
His ramp is still a bit of an issue. His concept is going really, really well. They're just huge problems that he's going to run into.
These chairs are pretty strong. It doesn't take very much to get over this lip. And when you go over the lip, you're on the ground.
The learning curve is huge. What I learned mostly is that we're not as far down this path as I thought we were.
our concept was a big hit, but there's a lot more work ahead to make this car a reality. After debuting our handicapped accessible Chevelle at the Air Show, it was a huge success, and now Jeff has invited me to go to Mobility Access and see what they're doing with some of the state-of-the-art equipment that we need to consider using on this car. For me, this is going to be a learning experience. So, Patrick, what we've got is a car that we've installed ramp in.
What kind of car is it again?
It's a 70 Chevelle SS, so it's a pretty cool car.
Yeah, it's kind of a short car, isn't it?
Well, yeah, trust me, there's lots and lots of problems with a Chevelle.
Mm-hmm. When he told me he was doing a Chevelle, I was wondering how he was going to fit such a big wheelchair into such a small car.
We're not there yet, and I'm actually looking for some ideas.
Here's a ramp that might be able to help you out. This system uses this pretty small little electric motor on the side that helps lift it, and then they use a chain to help fold the ramp inside.
That's amazing. I'm staring at a simpler solution than anything I'd come up with. This is too wide for what I need, but that's amazing the way it sequences and comes down. So you don't have any hand control systems that would work with a 70 Chevelle technology car, would you?
Yes, let's take a look at this one here. This unit uses a servo motor to actually press on the gas pedal and press on the brake pedal. Start. To do the gas and the brake is done with this computer.
Okay.
There's actually two computers double checking each other for safety.
How much is something like this going to cost?
The price of it is around $40,000 or $50,000.
40 or 50,000?
Yes.
Holy shit. I knew there was going to be a price tag, but I was thinking in terms of $5,000 or even $10,000. We can't afford that at Wounded Wheels.
There's a lot of technology here.
We're using donations to build cars for wounded veterans, and I'm simply not going to be able to generate that kind of capital.
Got paid quite a few more than that, but it was well worth the money spent for me to have that final piece of independence again, and that's what driving was to me, was that final freedom to be normal again, I guess.
Wow. I got to come to grips with all this and now sort of see where I am. I've got to come up with a plan B and actually build our own hand controls, because what we wanted to do, which was bolt-in hand controls, is no longer a viable option. I know it's been a while since you've seen this. You've sent it here a while ago, and
I'm very anxious to see it.
the owners of the 26 Velie have stopped by unexpectedly to see the progress on their car. It's been a real challenge so far, and there's still a lot to do, so it's going to be interesting to see their reaction at this stage and just how far they want to take this restoration. Hey, Dino.
Lowell and Joe are going to be inspecting the progress on the Velie, so I'm a little bit nervous because it's been kind of difficult to start.
We need to show you.
There's a lot of gas in that fuel tank.
No, there wasn't. There was a lot of something in there.
This is the tank?
This is the tank. That's your gas.
It was filled with that.
The whole thing was layered.
You're kidding.
It hadn't been liquid this century.
This run?
The only one way to find out. Starting the motor. That's the biggest worry, and it's the most exciting part at the same time, because if it doesn't work, I'm gonna look dumb, and if it does work, it's gonna be awesome. All right, here we go.
Wow.
When I saw Lowell's face after we started the Velie, I saw him taking a quick trip down memory lane.
What do you think? It's been a while since you've heard that, isn't it?
That's right. It's been years since I've heard that. The last time I heard it was in 68, 69.
68.
When I first saw this car, I fell in love with it back in 62, and I'm still in love with it. I don't want to ever get rid of it.
Having Lowell see his Velie come to life for the first time in 50 years was absolutely amazing. This is what I created FantomWorks for and what I live for.
I want this pulling my casket to the grave. It's so great to see it run. And you are going to go ahead and chrome plate the radiator and the bumpers.
That was the next thing. Now that Lowell has seen his car run, he's requested a complete interior restoration, including Spanish blue leather seats, rebuild and plating of chrome, new wide whites on restored wheels, and a restoration of his tri-tone paint job.
When can we drive it?
Well, we're very close, actually, to driving it. I know it doesn't look like it right now, but we really are. We're down to the last couple components.
So the next trip back, we're going to drive it.
We're going to go for a ride.
I hope so.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. I promised Joe and Lowell that they could drive this car the next time they were down, and it's on Dino to make this happen. The 1926 Velie has made great progress since the owner's last visit. Because the car was stored indoors and the body and interior were overall in amazing shape for an 86-year-old car, we were able to restore rather than replace things like the wooden wheels and much of the paint on the car. That both preserves the value of the car and reduces the bottom line cost to Lowell and Joe. They're coming in from Indiana in a few days, and I promised them the car would be ready to drive. It's up to Dino to make sure that happens.
I've been working on the Velie on and off each day for about 2 months now. I've been the only mechanic that's touched this car the whole time it's here, and yeah, I'm ready to work on something new. So I hope this works.
Dino's been talking for days about test driving the Velie. Today is the day.
I finally got all the work done. I've had the engine running several times on the motor. I put it in gear. Hopefully everything goes well.
Think we pick up some chicks in this? All right, we're gonna do a brake test. Oh, dude, the f***ing brakes are not right. That wasn't good. No, it wasn't good. They did eventually stop, but not like I want them to.
To find that I have brake problems on the Velie is very frustrating.
It drove great, man. I mean, you know, that don't mean nothing if I can't stop it. I gotta put it on the lift. Check the wheels on your side, see if anything's leaking.
All I can really do as far as the brake system goes is start at square one, check pressures, make sure I have no air on the lines, make sure the brakes are adjusted properly. We can't drive the car the way it is, so it has to get back on the lift.
It's just the wheel cylinder itself is leaking?
Coming out the drum. I got fluid dripping out of the wheel cylinders.
Can we see that light real quick? It's coming right out the piston.
So that's 2 of them that are bad.
Great, now I gotta pull the wheels back off. Wonderful.
I'm just really irritated right now, because now I gotta take it all apart and do it again.
Between the feedback we got from our disabled veterans and what we learned at Mobility Access, the Wounded Wheels project is really starting to take shape. The cost of the computer-based hand controls was way beyond the scope of our project, but we were able to locate an old-fashioned cable-based control system instead.
This is on the control side, and this actually goes to the throttle linkage.
We attached it to the Chevelle steering column and then ran the cables to the brake pedal and throttle so the driver can accelerate or stop with one hand. It's simple, cost-effective, and a lot more manly than the touchscreen. Next, we designed a 2-part system to get the veteran in a wheelchair, into and out of the car. First, the ramp extends from behind the driver's seat with the help of a chain and pulley to support it. Then the wheelchair is guided onto a motorized sliding table that lowers the chair down behind the steering wheel. It solves our space problem and addresses the issues veterans brought up at the air show. I'm really hoping this gets us one step closer to giving veterans part of what they lost in the service to our country. Lowell and Joe are on their way here from Indiana, and I promised them the Velie would be ready for a test drive when they got here. Unfortunately, all 4 brake cylinders are leaking, and it doesn't make sense. They've just been rebuilt.
Not only do they f***ing leak, but they leak all over everything.
Dino is at his wit's end, so I'm gonna step in and help him drag this car across the finish line. Now, you know you're gonna have to just apply light pressure to stop from blowing my fingers off, right? We're going to blow compressed air through the brake lines to try and get these pistons moving. We have to figure out what's going on. More. Oh, that's true. Yeah, do it again. Right there, hold it, right there. Stop.
Nothing?
Nothing that's jumping out and kicking my ass.
We can't figure it out. It's almost like something should be there that's not. There's no smoking gun right now, as far as I'm concerned.
No shit. I've got brake problems and owners on their way. I have to get it right, and we have to get it right now. The rear puck is good. That puck is dry. And this puck is leaking. The piston's less than a 1/4-inch clearance from the end of the wheel cylinder, and here it's
all the way in.
Yeah, much farther in, and as you can see, that's the side that's leaking. That's what it is. I'll tell you that right now.
It's going back behind the seal.
What we discovered was there's a fairly large puck inside a fairly small wheel cylinder. This puck only has about 1/8 of an inch of movement, and if it's anywhere beyond that 1/8 of an inch too far inward, it essentially will leak. Basically, you've got the fluid coming out ahead of the puck instead of behind it.
You know, that does make a lot of damn sense.
That's exactly what's causing that.
Well, at least that's a little bit of good news, isn't it? I mean, it's not good news it's leaking. It's good news I'll have to freaking send them back.
Is this where I kick you in the jimmy?
No.
Okay. Now that we identified the problem, Dino just needs to adjust the pucks and reassemble the wheels. Our first pre-ore restoration is complete, and it looks great. We have a special venue planned to present Lowell with his Velie, but first, I need to go over the numbers with his son, Joe. When you first came in and you asked me, how much is this going to cost? I said, well, it depends on what you want. And remember, we started with mechanicals. We started with an engine where we had to rebuild the engine itself and redesign components. The fuel system was gone. Every single piece of the fuel system had to be replaced or redesigned. The brake system, we found out, was never even rebuilt properly in the 50s. We had to redesign the wheel cylinders and then build you an entirely new master cylinder. So that system was redone. And that's really where we were when you and your dad visited. Right. And then your dad got very excited. He wanted all the bright work. Everything from an extensive rebuild of the grille shell to everything from light bezels to door handles to a restoration of the paint. And then 100% of the interior has been redone in Spanish blue leather.
Are you sure that I want to see this number?
All totaled with all these things, we're a little over $45,000.
Wow. 45,000.
Yes.
We started at 10. We ended up at 45.
I'm a little upset at the moment because the father asked for all of those things. I actually came in under my original estimates, and now he's looking at me like I'm ripping him off.
Frankly, I didn't think it was going to be this high. $45,000.
Yes.
We started at 10. We ended up at 45.
I just shared the final numbers with Joe for the restoration of his father's 1926 Velie, and unfortunately, he got a case of sticker shock. The only cure for that is I need to show them what their investment has bought. Joe, right now, I think you're only seeing a number, and I need you to see the car. We actually have a special delivery that I would like to take you to right now and actually show you your car.
I had no idea that we're going to spend this kind of money on the car. I love my dad dearly. I want him to be happy. I just hope it's what my dad wants.
We've got a real surprise for Lowell. A friend of mine has a classic theater that is a perfect backdrop for this 80-year-old car. So we're going to deliver the car in front of this antique theater.
Look at that.
Wow.
Check that out. Wow. Oh, my
Dino,
God.
very nice.
You're back with your girl.
That's right. She's back to life again. I never thought I'd see that day, but I am. It's so beautiful.
Sir, it was our honor to do it for you.
Definitely.
I'm
Certainly a
glad. I sure appreciate it. You did a heck of a job. It's like falling in love. To see that car again and in the shape it's in, it is wonderful.
Is this what you remembered?
No, it didn't look this good.
So we gonna sit here and talk about it all day, or you ready to go for a ride?
I'm ready to go for a ride.
Let's do it.
My emotions are driven by the customer's emotions when they finally make contact again with their car. And right now, I'm in seventh heaven.
All right, here we go.
It's been the love of his life. And he's had this car since before I was born. We've never, ever driven that car. Never, ever ridden in that car. So for me, it's wonderful to see this. We wanted to bring this car back to life. And I was concerned about what we would invest in it.
Right.
And what you've done is you've brought it back to life. At the end of the day, I'm a businessman. And we walked into this, I had no idea what it was going to cost, but it's worth every penny I'm going to spend to get this.
Seeing a man like Lowell reconnect with his car, that makes it all worth it. It makes the really tough days worth these moments.
being involved with this Wounded Wheels project. It means a lot to me. My stepdad was in the military. My dad's dad was in the military. It most definitely has some significance for me to see somebody get some freedom back that they lost from protecting us.
Can I use it as though I were in a chair right now?
Yes.
Let me do it.
Most everything on that car has been quite a pain in the ass. The car wasn't designed to have a wheelchair in it or a ramp in it or a third door. Everything is working by motors and electronics, actually, you know, the door opening and everything else. I mean, it looks like a transformer, really. I mean, it's pretty neat. All right, let's do it. Test drive with Dan was pretty good. This is pretty f***ing amazing. He was smiles ear to ear the whole time. We did a few burnouts. It was a good time.
That rocks. The test drive on the Chevelle was an amazing event. 6 years of work, and I've had my doubts up until today.
Yeah. Oh, hell, that was fun.
The car works, and I am absolutely excited about that. We're here at our first actual unveiling of the car with the systems up and working. For me, very nervous about today. I want it to go really well. If this goes well, it's a tremendous launch for Wounded Wheels. It gives the world a chance to see what we've done, and I think we're off to something great.
This is the first time I've ever seen this, you know. You can get hand controls and everything and work your way around it, but this is way beyond anything I ever seen before. For him to do this, wow, man, it's unbelievable.
Have we capped 100 grand on this yet?
I'm sure we have. I'm sure we don't even have everything figured in that we have into it, so.
Hell, if we did this car to make money, we...
Probably in it for the wrong reasons.
We did the wrong car, yeah.
Yeah.
Audrey, let's sell some t-shirts, okay? Hey, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. I appreciate you coming out and helping us sort of celebrate this moment. Now, we'll see if JP can do it on his first try. I'm looking extremely forward to seeing how people react when the car pulls up and unfolds. It took us a long time to figure that one out.
Here it comes.
Outstanding. Everybody at that moment got it. They loved it. There was a sense of excitement in the crowd, and it all worked. And for me, a lot of tense moments had been waiting for that, and then it all just sort of went away, and it was like, wow, this is actually working.
It's a great thing. It's a great thing, especially for these young guys now, coming back from Afghanistan, Iraq, to have something like this. You will want to drive that. You will want to, you know, get out in the public again, you know, and mingle with people. The car's going to serve an excellent purpose.
I couldn't have asked today to go better. There was always a question on how will other people react? How will other people take it? And seeing the way that everyone supported it and everyone clapping and being excited, it's overwhelming. It's an opportunity I couldn't ever pass up, and I'm honored just to be a part of it.
What happened today was an amazing point for Wounded Wheels because people, instead of having to hear about what the car will do, saw it. When that door opened up and the wheelchair came out, people saw that someone with fairly severe disabilities could now drive a muscle car. It was the fulfillment of a 6-year dream that came true for me, and I think a lot of other people today. Every car has a story. In this case, what we've got coming in is a 65 Mustang Fastback, an absolutely stunning icon of the mid-60s, and in my opinion, the high water mark of Ford engineering. I love the car. Unfortunately, this car's story is, it belongs to my best friend.
Dan Short.
Oh, how's it going, Charlie?
It's going well. How about yourself?
Charlie's been a friend of mine for years. He started out as a customer.
I guess. I don't know.
After a period of time, we had done so much work for him and so many different things that he just started hanging out.
You know that 65 Mustang?
What do you want to do with it?
I want to build a 1965 Mustang Shelby GT 350R resto mod.
Okay.
We're going to go with no back seat.
Outstanding.
We're going to go with a roll bar, 2 seats, a stick shift, and a big powerful motor that goes vroom. We're going to do the fiberglass front valance.
You mean steel front valance?
No, it's fiberglass.
Yeah, we don't do fiberglass, so we ain't doing it.
If you got 2 alpha dogs in a pen, sometimes they get along and sometimes they don't. And sometimes we get along very well and we're the best of friends, and sometimes we're not.
Quick concern, you're my friend, and I want to build a car for you, but...
Let's not go overboard on the whole friend thing, okay?
Okay.
I get the point, yeah.
You know,
and
so I don't want...
Well, that was actually...
Car can ruin a friendship, you know that.
I have no doubt that sometime in this process, we're probably going to have an argument. And we've had them before.
Okay.
In the middle of restaurants. As long as you duck when I throw something at you, we'll be all right. We can just move forward from there.
Okay, budget. I just want to warn you ahead of time. You control the budget more than I do. Your car controls the other part of the budget. So as long as we go into it with that understanding, I don't have a problem.
All right, I'll get out of here. I know you're busy.
All right,
brother. We'll talk to you later.
All right, have a good one. On Charlie's 65 Mustang Fastback, we're going to install a brand new racing engine, suspension, a really cool roll cage, a rebuilt interior, custom side scoops, and then we'll give the car an amazing paint job.
I'm stoked about this stuff. I love these cars.
All right, here we go. A 65 Fastback.
Anybody who likes a Mustang wants this car. Oh, that's nice.
Good stuff.
The floor is atrocious. It's rough, there's holes, it's rusted through.
Yeah, she's about ready to go.
We have cars that come in like this on a regular basis.
Somebody started to do something on it.
It's shiny, it looks nice, everybody's excited about it. It's like Christmas morning until we crack the thing open and then there's your big piece of coal on the inside.
Basically, they don't need a new floor front to back. Normally when something comes in like that, we give it full service. We'll put all new floors in it, and for Mustangs is what we do a lot of times, is convertible floor. A convertible floor comes with an inner rocker. It runs the length of the outer rocker on both left and right side, and then you have the seat platform which connects the inner rockers together. So it significantly strengthens the entire car.
With the new floor installed, the Mustang build is moving forward. The 51 Studebaker is one of those jobs that just keeps on going. Tim, the owner, originally brought it in for a paint job and wanted us to bolt on some seriously ugly billet aluminum accents. What do you think of this? Look what he did.
That's night and day.
We ended up completely redesigning the bed of the truck, the tailgate, the fenders, and more.
Brought my 51 Studebaker pickup here to FantomWorks to have it painted and some minor body work done and the interior done. Wow, that's different.
Isn't that amazing?
That is smooth. After talking with Dan and Kyle, we decided that we were going to take the progress a little further than we originally intended.
Rebuilt the whole skin, rebuilt the bottom of the shell where it was all rusted out. But when a guy comes in with a Studebaker and says, let's go nuts, that's it. There is nothing better in the custom car world. When I think of this truck, I think of like a 50 Merc.
I've got just over $80,000 into this truck right now.
It's still clearly a Studebaker, but it's no longer like a flat-chested girl. It's more like Marilyn Monroe.
So what are you going to do about the grill?
We're just about ready to start looking at that, but I'd rather give you something good than just throw something at you that sucks, because to me, that's probably the most important part of the entire truck, is how it comes at you, and that's got to be what catches your eye. Tim's been amazing to work with, but right now he wants a new grille on the front end of his truck, and I'm really hoping that we can meet his expectations and make the most amazing Studebaker pickup ever built. As for the original paint job that Tim came in for, well, now he wants to leave it in bare, raw metal. He really wants to show off the work, and it's becoming a very popular look at the car shows.
Looks good, Kyle.
Thanks, Tim. Appreciate it. No problem.
And now, we're moving ahead with the rest of the plan. Our build plan for the 51 Studebaker includes redesigned lower side panels, a custom bed, lighting, suicide doors, front grille, and a complete custom interior including dash and door panels.
Since we're ripping the floor out of his car and we're gonna replace his torque boxes and his floor pan, I guess Charlie came to the conclusion that this was a good time to replace the suspension. So he dropped off some aftermarket racing suspension.
After Walter and I installed the suspension on Charlie's car, I figured Dan just might want to see what we had done.
Hey, JP.
Hey, Dan.
I wanted to see this. Holy shit. Charlie said he was buying some suspension components, but this isn't just suspension.
No. This is basically a full race setup, custom aftermarket suspension.
We have very strong rules around here. We will never allow someone to bring their own parts in. This wasn't the plan. Charlie is his own worst enemy.
Front end's got about the same treatment.
This isn't right. Tie rod ends are supposed to aim down, not up. This car's gonna steer like shit, if it steers at all.
Yeah, and there's not really any turning radius right now.
I've made some exceptions for Charlie, and he's absolutely proving the case of why I should never make these exceptions, even for friends, or in fact, especially for friends. We're 5 weeks into this project, and we've already got just shit that doesn't work together. The work on Charlie's 65 Mustang Fastback has barely begun, but already he's changing the plan and driving me crazy. This isn't right. Tie rod ends are supposed to aim down, not up. This car's gonna steer like shit, if it steers at all.
Yeah.
And we've already got just shit that doesn't work together. He bought a whole bunch of badass shit, and that's really cool. Unfortunately, it has to be badass shit that works with other badass shit, and in this case, it simply doesn't. Don't let him come in here and tell you what to do or tell you what to install. If he gives you anything to install, you send him up front to see me, okay?
Okay, I'll do that. No problem.
What started out as floors has turned into an entirely redesigned rear suspension system, and unfortunately, a front suspension system that doesn't even work together. And we're gonna have to do a complete redesign. Tim's 51 Studebaker has been completely resculpted. It's the kind of work that Kyle really excels at and absolutely loves to do.
On the Studebaker right now, I'm working on the dash. So I've got that to deal with, and we've got a gauge coming forward. I've got to integrate the gauge into the dash. I'm screwing it all together to get the seam tight. I'll take my scribe the line, trim it with the snips, and I'll TIG weld it and hammer it flat. I much prefer working on something like this. Lots of metal, lots of work that needs done. When the Studebaker came in, it had kind of a big, nasty billet grill on it that you'd expect to see on like an 80s Chevy mud truck. Just didn't work. We knew from day one that just couldn't stay.
Kyle came up with a concept that I do have to give him credit for. He was the first one that thought about bringing the 51 or 50 Studebaker Bullet into the truck, which I think is brilliant. Now, I haven't told him that, but it really was brilliant.
Hello?
Hey, hon. I just want to let you know I've got a few things I've got to knock out before I get home, so it'll be a little bit, all right? I'll let you know when I'm on my way.
All right, Minna.
Kyle's idea to put a bullet nose on the front of the Studebaker is a great idea, but now I've got to find one.
Oh, wait, shit.
I found a Studebaker Bullet up for auction, and now it's mine.
Hell yeah. Charlie says the engine for the 65 Mustang is ready to go, but I want to make sure. Let's get this thing pulled apart.
Well, I was talking to Charlie, and he wasn't really even into the idea of opening it up.
I know that, but I explained it to him, and I know he's still fighting it because he's convinced, brand new engine, Ford Motor Racing, there's no reason the motor comes apart. Charlie doesn't want us to open his engine up because he says it's perfect. Well, I've heard this story before many times. I'm not buying it. I'm not convinced that we're not going to find some dust and dirt in it, and I would much rather find it now than find it after we fire it up and we scored a piston or scratched the cylinder walls. Have a look. Beautiful. Yeah, a perfect motor.
Never even been turned over before.
Perfect. We started opening up the engine. Actually, so far it looks great. It's pretty cool because I've never opened up a factory-built engine brand new before. It's kind of neat, actually, working on something new.
You ready?
Good. Oh, shit. Holy crap. When rust gets in the cylinder walls, the rings of the piston will no longer seat against it. It means that all the compression is lost, and most of your oil is going to escape out the tailpipe with big blue smoke.
Oh man, Charlie is not going to be happy about that.
Poor Charlie. His budget just took another huge hit on this engine.
We have to make this quick, Dan.
I don't want to be the bearer of bad news any more than anyone else, and now to have to go tell one of my best friends that he's basically got a completely destroyed engine when he was sure it was a brand new Ford Racing motor engine. It's extremely depressing. I just think you need to see what's going on.
Okay. Wow. That is not good.
Motor's not repairable as it is. We can't hone it. This is going to require essentially a rebuild of virtually the whole motor. Sorry.
This is what I want to do. We're going to bore it, we're going to stroke it, and we're going to put some pressure on it.
You want to blow it?
I don't want to blow it. Yep. Not a bit. Wait a minute. Before you go off into Dan mode, not a big ass supercharger. Just a little, 5-6 pounds.
What Charlie wants to do with this engine is he wants to stroke it, which means he wants to take the piston and make it drive farther down into the cylinder and then come up to the same top point. Well, what that means is the piston skirt is going to be rocking and it creates an unstable motor. By supercharging it, also known as blowing it, he wants to add pressure into it by forcing the induction. Again, it's an inherently weakening engine process. It makes it go faster, but it also puts it in danger of blowing up more. We can fix this potentially with nothing more than a set of pistons.
No, we're going.
And punching it out 30 over.
I understand that. I know you can fix it. I know you can. Look, I want 500 horsepower now.
I still kind of have the same concern as the day we started this project. The budget started one place and the car started one place. And at this point, there is nothing that you've stayed with. The steering, the suspension, the differential.
That's not true. I didn't do anything to the steering.
What do you mean?
Okay.
You've pretty much done everything except for the independent rear
suspension. We did. This is a power rack and pinion steering now. This new engine is going to absolutely blow his budget, and then he's going to get pissed off at me for why is his car costing more money than we originally talked about. This isn't even remotely what you started out as. So, as long as you understand that, and you're not going to crush my stones over it, I don't mind.
Dan, it just doesn't make sense not to build the motor I want to build now.
Remember this day.
How many times are you going to tell me that? Do you have anything else for me?
No, not at this time.
All right, I have to go because I am at lunch and I have to get back to work. Thank you. Daniel, as always, thank you for all your work. I will see you guys later.
500 horsepower.
That did not go like I thought it was going to go. We opened the engine of Charlie's 65 Mustang and found it was filled with rust. It's my job to give him the bad news. The motor's not repairable as it is.
We're gonna bore it, we're gonna stroke it, and we're gonna put some pressure on it. I will see you guys later.
Do me a favor, if Charlie comes up and wants to talk to you about changing, anything other than the same intake, but just a better quality, talk him out of it. What's that?
The bullet for the Studebaker?
The Studebaker bullet that I ordered on the online auction has just arrived. I can't wait to design a killer grill for Tim's 51. Oh, man, that's gorgeous.
That's so cool looking.
Hey, go grab Kyle.
All right.
And because I know he's going to want to see this as much as I've been waiting for it.
All right, I'll be right back.
The bullet nose by itself will give us the world's first, to the best of our knowledge, bullet truck, which I think is very cool. Check it out, man. Isn't that incredible? Feel this thing. God, that thing weighs as much as a bumper of a new car.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I expected this to be an accent to it. Well, this is no longer an accent.
Yeah,
this is a focus piece. Now we kind of have to do justice to this piece.
Oh, yeah.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, that's pretty slick. I like that.
I mean,
black out, get it chrome and black out the letters.
Oh, yeah. My entire concept is going to be different.
We have similar design taste, just different enough to make us fight about it.
And I know you're not always kind of with me on the very same concepts. Since Kyle and I have different concepts of how this grill needs to come together for this Studebaker, he's gonna put down his design on paper and I'm gonna draw mine, and then we're gonna put this together in a competition and see which one Tim chooses for his Studebaker. This actually could approach kind of almost that overwhelming stage.
I don't think so.
Let the grill off begin.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Dan.
I'm gonna start taking bets.
He's an amazing fabricator. I'm still a better designer.
The odds of me winning are slim. Dan's got a little bit more weight than I do when it comes to something like this, but we'll see, we'll see. The design of the grill's been something we've kind of gone back and forth on, so we're gonna try and nail it down. I really don't care for how this grill surround is all square, and I think the whole thing kind of needs to curve together and flow into itself a little bit, or more like the rest of the truck.
No, that's cool. That sounds good. I think that'll be neat.
Smooth it out, round it out, make it all kind of flow.
I found a solution for Charlie's 65 Mustang engine. Charlie wants a 500 horsepower, fuel-injected, supercharged engine on his car. I know what Charlie wants, so I went back and built him the engine that we pulled out of his car a month ago when we found out that its motor was bad. I'm about to unveil that to him, and it's not real sexy. Is this good or is this bad? Obviously, it's not perfect. I'm not sure what he's going to think. God bless, I hope he likes it and at least accepts the decision I've made. Of all the combinations you could have, it's the one I prefer.
This is not your 500 horsepower goal, obviously, you're going for at the moment, so.
This is not the engine I wanted, okay? Yeah. That being said, if we can spend $200 or $300 or $400 or $500 or whatever, and we can bring it a little closer to what I want, let's do it. I'm already having palpitations as it is about this whole deal. You know, I'm trying very hard not to be upset about the engine, so I've moved on. The engine that I'm gonna put in the car is not really the engine I wanted. We had an opportunity to build an engine I wanted, and me and Dan did not agree on how it should be put together. So rather than turn it into a big pissing contest, I just said, Dan, build the engine you think is best.
A 90% product that you execute now is far better than a 100% product you never, ever get to. For today, you can have this in the car next week. Like I say, intake will be the last thing.
Okay.
All right. Only to be determined is the intake.
Yes, absolutely.
Right now, that 51 Studebaker grill is what I'm working on and looking to make it perfect.
What you doing?
Oh, hey, kid. I'm trying to come up with a concept. The ass end of the truck is so gorgeous. Kyle did a beautiful job on that, but I want my grill on the front of this car. Let me tell you what I've sort of got in mind. I've got this kind of impression of an Art Deco feel. And if you look at the period that this came from, Art Deco was still alive. I mean, it was fading out, but it was still alive. And this truck is just gorgeous with all these curves. So why can't we bring together Art Deco and the curves?
I'm kind of shocked. It actually looks really cool.
I don't know if he's got any concept of what we're doing, because when it came in, now between you and I, it was one butt-ass ugly grill he had in that car.
It really was.
So I can't imagine that anything he's not going to be happy with over what he had. It's almost going to look like a floating grill, which I think will kind of add to that, you know, that cool factor.
That'll look really cool.
Yeah.
What are you gonna do if Tim picks Kyle's drawing?
Why are you being a jerk?
I'm not. I'm being realistic.
Oh,
I'm
realistic.
What if he doesn't pick your drawing? I like Dan's design. I'm just giving him It's actually really good.
Well, we'll see what Kyle comes to the table with. He's the metal shaper. I'm still the master designer, so.
We'll see. We'll see.
Yeah.
He paid up to April 12th.
Hey, how are you?
Good.
And so he still owes.
Hey, I need to talk to you.
The 65 Mustang is finally back on track, so I'm really surprised to see Charlie here.
Look, this whole engine thing, man, we're out of control, and I don't want to use that stock engine in my car.
The engine that you asked me to build for you.
Well, that's not exactly true. I asked you to rebuild it a certain way, and you threw a fit, and so then we rebuilt it the way you wanted it rebuilt, and that's not going to work for my car.
You asked me to build it in a way that I disagreed with. And
Okay, but I'm the customer.
I built you a stock 302 just like what was in there.
It's not going to work. It doesn't go along with my theme. There's no sense in spending all this money that I'm spending on this car and building it to run hard when I got a crappy engine in it.
It's not a, God, Charlie, it's not a crappy engine.
Well, in my opinion, it's not the engine I want, so it's a crappy engine to me. How about that?
Charlie storming in and basically demanding that we speak and taking me out of my role is a little unprecedented. I mean, he's a friend, and I'm going to maintain that relationship, but there are times where he actually does push the boundaries of our friendship. Why don't you just think about this? There's nothing
I have
wrong
to think about it. I thought about it all last night. If you're not going to do what I want to do, I might as well pull my damn car out of here and take it to somebody who will.
I agreed to build a 65 Mustang Fastback for my good friend Charlie, and so far nothing has gone according to plan. Oh, shh. And that's mainly because Charlie keeps changing the plan. I'm trying to build him the car he wants without breaking his budget, but he's not making it easy.
We're going to bore it, we're going to stroke it, and we're going to put some pressure on it. This whole engine thing, man, we're out of control, and I don't want to use that crappy engine in it.
God, Charlie, it's not a crappy engine.
Well, if you're not going to do what I want to do, I might as well pull my damn car out of here and take it to somebody who will.
Charlie, you are free to do anything you want, but I think you are making a big mistake. Hang on, you asked me to build you a car. It came in here with a 302, and then we found a problem with that motor. So you asked me to rebuild you an engine, and yes, you wanted a stroker motor that, in my opinion, didn't make sense. And then you said, build it any way you want, and yes, I know you were pissed about it, but I built you exactly the same motor as you came in here with on day one, and on day one, you were happy with it. And just because you've changed your mind, now suddenly you're throwing that on me, that it's my fault that I built you an engine exactly like the one you came in here with.
It is your fault because you wouldn't listen to me when I was trying to tell you what I wanted. I really need to think about this because this is not what I want.
I will hold off. I will not put the engine in it right now, even though, for the record, I think you should.
I've heard 100 times how you think I'm making a mistake, how I'm doing the wrong thing, blah, 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 blah. I get it.
I want you to contemplate one thing.
All right.
My recommendation is think about it, and the worst case is let us finish building the car, and if later on you want a different engine, we can do it.
Okay, I'll think about it.
Charlie is completely out of control, and I need to rein in this project right now. Where are you on Charlie's Mustang right now?
The shells have been repaired, the skins have been installed.
You get your instructions from me, and right now, you don't touch that car again until I tell you to touch that car, all right?
Okay, no problem.
All right, thanks, man.
Yep.
Hey, Dan.
Hello, Tim.
Hey, good to see you again.
How was the trip?
Not too bad.
Tim, the owner of the Studebaker, is coming in to pick the grill that he likes better between my design and Kyle's, and soon we're gonna know who wins the grill off. This is really critical, what we're about to do now, because I think it's gonna set the tone for the whole truck project.
You guys talking about the grill?
We are.
Don't cut me out of this.
Well, do what you need to do. What I'm trying to take advantage of is the whole 50 Studebaker bullet and the 3 sort of horizontal grille openings. What we've got here is a classic throwback to the Art Deco period where instead of just having, you know, 3 grille spires and the Studebaker emblem, we've actually got something that brings you right into that Art Deco period, right back to the 30s, 40s, and 50s.
I like it, but I disagree. Dan and I differ very heavily. We kind of tend to butt heads a little bit on cars like this. Now, this is what I've come up with. I'm just thinking 3 really rounded bars. We both got the same bullet emblem, which I think absolutely has to be on the front of this truck. It just fits so well.
I like the classic period of art brought into this because I think this is artwork. It's no longer a truck. It's your choice. What would you like to do?
I'll build whatever you want, Tim. It's your truck. I want to make you happy, man.
When Dan and Kyle came to me with their drawings, there were a lot of things that were great about both of them, and it was very hard for me to decide one way or the other. I think just based on the grille alone, I like yours better than I like Kyle's.
Cool.
I think that if we can take Kyle's roundness with the hood, the grille surround, incorporate your grille design, I think that's the winner. So what we ended up doing was taking a piece of Dan's, taking a piece of Kyle's, and blending them together to hopefully make the best grille for the truck.
Kyle, thanks. Appreciate it.
And it looks nice. Good job.
Thank you. Tim preferred my design for the grille, but really liked Kyle's surround. So we're gonna combine the two, and it really works well with the whole Art Deco design.
Dan's a pretty ingenious designer when it comes to the car world. We're gonna go with his design for the grille because that's the one the owner liked a little more.
Kyle's technique in building this grille is to start by creating all the rough shapes and tack welding them together to get all the structures and all the support structures in place. Once it all fits perfectly, he removes it all, welds it, sands it, and finishes it perfectly, and then reinstalls the grille.
Building it's really the hard part. I've been pretty much left to my own on the Studebaker with a little bit of help from him.
Kyle is an amazingly talented young man. When he first said he wanted to be a metal sort of engineer here, I told him it took a really good mathematical mind, and as we were doing some of my exercises to show him my point, he actually did better at some of them than I did, which kind of pissed me off. It's like, man, the student should not show the instructor. He is really good at being able to take my concepts and put them into steel. I'm not ready to turn over the reins on the pencil to him. Maybe on the steel, but not on the pencil. The master still has a few things to teach the student.
Hey, buddy. Want to take a look at this?
Yeah. Kyle's done a lot of work on Tim's 51 Studebaker interior, and today he gets to show Tim all of his new work.
Yeah, check it all out.
Progress report?
Yeah, I just wanted to put it back together and let him get a look at it. What do you think?
Hell yeah. Kyle needed my opinion on the dash he was building for Tim's truck. It's looking awesome. I love the dash. The dash looks great. I can't wait to see this thing done rolling down the road.
You and me both, brother. All right, come out of there. Go back to work.
Tim's coming in to see the progress we've made on the Studebaker. I can't wait for him to see the progress on the dash and the handmade gauge that's ready to be installed.
Wow. Understand why it takes 3 weeks to get.
And your truck starts out at 0 again.
Wonderful. Save on insurance.
And I don't know if you noticed it, but notice you've even got your turn signal lights buried right inside it, and they basically disappear.
Now I won't be that old person with my turn signal on the whole time.
He loves the handmade gauge. His reaction is exactly what we were looking for. I'd actually get a feel for the way Kyle's laid it out. Let's start with the steering column. You like your sitting height, your column?
My big concern about having enough leg room, everything fitting in perfect. This is right there.
The second thing is the positioning of the gauge. So the 3 positions are one on the left, and quite honestly, I think it's a throwaway position. but I at least want you to see that that is an option.
Yeah.
Position number 2, up on top, we can quite nicely, smoothly bring that up and into view. My concern is that it's so nice, your steering wheel is going to block half of it, and then the other problem is we're sort of crowding that spot.
Yeah, this is where we think it needs to end up.
And it's actually a fairly classic position, especially on the pre-wars. It was very common to have the instrument cluster dead in the center of the console. They actually didn't move to the steering wheel till later on.
I think it's gonna look perfect there. I can look at it, my passenger can cry for their life when they see I'm flying. With it being handmade, it should be focus of attention right there.
Tim loves the work on his Studebaker, and that's what we really wanted. Now I want Charlie to feel the same about what we're doing for him. Work on Charlie's 65 Mustang continues. JP has spent 7 days building him a custom roll cage.
All right, let's show you what we did with the cage. And make sure that you like the placement of the cage.
So do I really have a choice?
No, because you already changed your mind once.
I did not change my mind once. That is not true. That is not entirely true.
This is where it's at.
Okay. I like it a lot better now that it's tucked in here.
It's racy. Doesn't look so much like a race car.
Well, it looks a lot more natural. Not 1,000, like I said, I'm not 1,000% comfortable, but they're there.
They're functional.
They are functional.
That's the idea.
So tell me about the scoop. What are we gonna do here?
This is gonna be the inner structure where it actually bolts to the body.
I think it might be a little bit big. If we just trim it down a little bit. I like the shape of it. The shape of it is correct. A little more subtle, okay? Yeah, somewhere in there. Yeah, I would say somewhere in there. That's probably a good.
Both of the widths are about the same as what you have.
Right. I think the shape's about right. Like very organic, I guess, if you will.
Shapely.
Shapely, yeah. I think we're definitely in the ballpark.
Headed in the right direction.
Headed in the right direction.
Well, at least we figured out something for the scoops today. Hopefully Charlie doesn't change his mind tomorrow.
This car should be much, much farther along than it is right now. Instead, we're arguing over roll bars and side scoops. At this rate, we're never going to get finished. We got another problem here, too. That roll cage doesn't give him the clearance for the panel for the headliner. He called me and told me that he now wants a panel on the ceiling.
Well, I was under the understanding that we were gonna do minimal interior panels, and that's why we were putting the cage and everything in it. So now I'm gonna have to cut the cage back out so we can fit a headliner in there. That's bullshit.
I know. When Charlie came after the fact that we had built the roll cage, and I mean, JP had really done a beautiful job. I mean, he sinks his heart and soul into every project he does. And then Charlie brings in this, well, now we need to make it fit this big, stupid one-piece headliner that can't possibly fit in there with this form-fitted roll cage. It's crushing.
I'm working in circles. I'm not getting anything done if I can't finalize and finish weld it in.
I'm done with Charlie and with this Mustang. This is exactly what I was afraid of. At this point, I'd like them both out of my shop. Thanks, man.
All right.
We put the Mustang on the fast track to completion. We installed the engine and fixed the steering. The custom side scoops are looking great. And the car is getting an amazing paint job. Soon, the Mustang will be ready for that test drive. The work on the 65 Fastback is completed, and now we get a chance to take it to a local track and make sure that our work is up to par.
Hey, Dan.
Yeah?
When the hell are we gonna restore this trailer? Because it looks like shit. Where the hell's Charlie at?
Charlie's not coming.
What do you mean he's not coming?
Charlie doesn't want the car.
So what?
Yep.
Why doesn't he want the car? After everything we did?
He says it's ugly.
Has he seen it?
No. He's seen a picture of it, and he says it's too ugly, he doesn't like it, and he doesn't want the car. So at this point, We're gonna take the car, get it out on the track, get some really cool footage of it so that if we decide to sell it, we're ready to do that.
After all the work we put into this car for Charlie, it's a little disappointing that he doesn't want the car.
Charlie and I have gone back and forth so many times on this car. At this point, he's so unhappy, he wants nothing to do with it. I want people to see that this car handles as well as it looks. So this video of it in action is going to be an amazing selling point. I tried to build Charlie the car he wanted and keep it on his budget, but from the very beginning, we didn't agree on much of anything.
We're gonna bore it, we're gonna stroke it.
Between the different engines that went in it, the suspension, the steering,
turn to the left,
the side scoops, the roll cage, and then finally our differences in paint, he's just no longer interested in this car. All in all, we've invested more than $75,000 in this car when you count what Charlie spent on parts and what I spent on parts and custom labor. At this point, I have more invested in this car than Charlie does, and the only reasonable solution is to sell the car.
You're my friend, and I want to build a car for you, but...
Let's not. I don't want this.
Looking back at our first meeting, I remember telling Charlie that building a car can end a friendship. I'm not sure that that's what we've done, but I certainly hope it's not. What I do know is that it's a hell of a car. Charlie decided he didn't want this car. It's too bad, but I know tomorrow I can have 10 guys who do want this car knocking at our front door. Welcome back, Tim. You ready for the big day? Tim is here to pick up the Studebaker, but before he does, we need to talk about the work that's been done and the final bill.
Just to sort of recap the basic elements of your truck. We took your existing fenders and molded them right into a completely redesigned bed. Brought your Studebaker font right into the tailgate. Doors were suicided. And then finally, an amazing bullet grill on this truck. So I think it worked.
When Dan had been telling me about all the work that had been done, I was excited because I've seen it in bits and pieces, and to hear it really all come together and to know that I was going to be able to see my vehicle finally, it's a great thing. Still in raw metal?
Still in raw metal.
Where are we at, time-wise, money-wise?
We actually came in reasonably close to, like when we talked last time about number of hours, around 1,500 hours. So where that kind of puts the price tag on this project is $124,700.
All right, well, it's the price of paying for quality work, so.
Okay.
It's high, but the work that they've done is well worth it. Wow. That looks awesome. Wow, that's smooth. That is gorgeous. That, it exceeded. It looks like it should be there. It draws your eye, but it doesn't overwhelm. It's beautiful.
Kind of the tiara on Miss America.
It's such a beautiful truck. I love it. All the small details that you see in it, they did an incredible job.
Here's your external popper for the door. So if you can open up the door in the console, notice all of your controls for everything on your truck are at your hand's reach. What's nice about this is you control door locks, door releases, heat and air conditioning, all from your fingertips right there. You'll be able to do everything that this truck does without looking.
The speedometer, I mean, that's the centerpiece. I think going with the 701 gauge, keeping it all together instead of having all those pods, that just makes it perfect.
So there's only one thing left to do.
Let's go for a drive.
Let's do it. Feel good to have it on the road again?
Absolutely. This is incredible. I've been dreaming about this for a long time. Can't thank you guys enough for all the work you did to this.
Tim, if there's anything we can do for you, let me know, all right?
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
We transformed Tim's 1951 Studebaker from an old truck with a hideous paint job into a... At FantomWorks, when we work on a car, we give it everything we've got. I expect nothing less from our customers.
Your car's better than it was, and you're not happy.
Going up.
It takes a long time to restore these cars, and there's always problems.
This puts us a little behind schedule for today.
It's just another problem with this car.
Look up here.
So I try to be as careful about owners as I am with cars, and that's not easy.
The fixing of the door, not that big a deal. Where we really change this project is the quarter panel. I won't fix this car for you as an insurance claim.
Why not?
Are you gonna pay $10,000 for me to fix the ass end of your car?
No, I can't afford that. It's more like Dan picking the customers than the customers picking Dan.
They're gonna say, that was all pre-existing, not one penny will they provide for me to fix that.
I think that for every job Dan takes on, he turns down like 3.
The car is going to slowly start settling in the center, and it's going to have problems. It's not a job that I'm interested in doing.
With all these cars in here, you will not touch this car.
No.
Right now, we're worrying about the cosmetics.
Even when I find an owner that I want to work with, it can be a challenge getting them to realize what's best for the car and then following that plan. Today, we have a 1976 Triumph TR6 coming in for me to take a look at. These are awesome cars, classic British roadsters from the same factories that made the MGs and Jaguars. The only thing is, it's almost 40 years old, and I'm kind of curious to see what kind of shape it's really in.
Well, I'm here with my 76 TR6. Been in the garage for about 6 or 7 years.
So what are your goals with this? Give me an idea of where you want to go.
I really want to do, I'll call it a complete frame-off restoration. Every nut, every bolt, every part off. I'm looking to take it completely apart, put it all back together, make it something that's as drivable and as reliable, almost as something today, but, like it was when it came off the showroom floor.
I'm not sure that this is the right car for that.
I know there are some shops that would start salivating as soon as the owner says, I want to do a frame-off restoration, every nut, every bolt. But that's not how we do things at FantomWorks. I want to do what's right for the car and for the customer.
Let me see if the bottom of it looks as good as the top.
I'm in shock. A car this old with no rust, no corrosion, and an original paint job.
Here's what's actually amazing about this car. I'm actually convinced this is mostly, if not all, original paint.
Really?
I can usually spot a repainted car in about 10 seconds.
This is a survivor car. It's living history, and you don't mess with a perfect classic.
The whole frame-off restoration thing, I get it, but I want you to consider the fact that the body's in excellent shape. The paint, I want to clean it up, and I know there's marks all over it, but I think that either keeping it the same color or even possibly restoring this paint is something that I think you ought to consider because it's unique.
Yeah, but I don't know. I'm not a real big fan of this paint color. I really wanted to go to more like a maroon color with the tan interior and the tan top. I'm not a big fan of the particular color it is right now. Kind of a puke yellow, not very appealing.
Dave just doesn't get it. He's got a gem on his hands, but he's so hung up on the color, he can't comprehend what he has.
I think that what you've got here is an extraordinarily rare thing. You've got a 40-year-old British Leyland car that doesn't have any rust in it, that still has the original paint on it.
Yeah.
It's the first one, in all honesty, this is the first one I've ever seen. I've never seen this color on a TR6. In fact, I'm not sure that I've ever seen this color on a car before.
You know, to create the Survivor or do the frame-off restoration, I mean, what, can you get me in the ballpark?
If I can restore this paint rather than redoing it, you just went from $15,000, $20,000 in bright work and paint work down to $2,500, $3,500. I mean, dramatically different amounts of money.
Right.
So there's a huge savings for you.
If Dave can get past the puke yellow of it all and go the Survivor path, he'll save thousands of dollars. But that's not even the best part.
Here's the best part. Your car's worth more when you're done.
Why is that?
The difference between a restoration and an excellent Survivor candidate is a restoration is going to look better than the day it was new.
Okay.
But it's going to be worth less than a really good Survivor. So from that perspective, I'd kind of like to lean you towards Survivor.
Certainly is interesting that, you know, there may be more value in the car as an original product versus something that's been polished up, prettied up, and you know, completely restored.
This car, other than having a little bit of age on it, is exactly like it exited the showroom floor almost 40 years ago. Look, for what it's worth, I make a whole lot less money on the deal, but you pay a lot less and get a car worth more. That's what I would do.
I'm game. I'm willing to give it a go.
Fair enough. Then let's go inside and at least write up the beginning, and we'll start there, all right?
Okay.
Yeah, it's just cool.
We want to keep this TR6 an original. We'll go through the motor, fuel system, and transmission. We'll give Dave a complete new leather interior and a convertible top. Then we'll replace the chrome and restore the paint so it's good as new.
I just got a call about a '66 Volkswagen accident damaged car. Little leery about accident damaged cars, but in this case, it's a young Navy kid, and I really like helping these guys out.
When I first saw it, it reminded me of my first car I had. I was ecstatic whenever I saw it. I went out and test drove it, and I fell in love. Ended up buying the car a few weeks later.
And being an insurance claim, you know how the insurance companies are. This wasn't insured by a collector car company. So they've basically given a grand total of 20 hours of labor to do everything here. The insurance company knows his car should be totaled, but I think the adjuster is essentially feeling sorry for this kid who loves Volkswagens. It's a 45-year-old car, and it isn't easily replaced. So I think that there's emotions running stronger than logic in this case, because logically the car should be on its way to some sort of a field to be scrapped for the rest of its parts.
I've got to pull that apron, because all the aftermarket hoods for these cars suck, so that's going to have to be fixed.
Right, I would rather stick with the German parts than go to aftermarket. Now, the entire hub assembly is at least 2 to 3 inches farther back than the right side.
I'm sure there's some damage to it. I'm hoping that it's mostly in the axle, but I won't really know until I start digging into it. Not a 20-hour job. There's no way. I'm probably gonna have 40 hours just in the sheet metal work on it.
Wow.
I wouldn't even fix it. Honestly, I would total it.
The owner of the car loves the car. He does not want the car totaled. It only keeps getting worse. So that basically put
Todd is coming in so I can review the damage with him.
It was a gorgeous vehicle at one point.
It's a beautiful car, and I mean, Volkswagens are just classic of that whole hippie period, and they were born out of World War II. I think they're amazing cars. When you collided in the front wheel assembly, it actually drove it back into the car by almost 3 inches. All of that assembly was destroyed. The point I'm trying to make is, at a minimum, you have to give me license approval to repair only what is necessary to make the car safe, structurally sound. In other words, I'm not going to give you a perfectly safe car, but I think some of the frills that aren't really needed are going to have to come off the project, or we have to total the car.
I don't want to total the car. I mean, I've got so many memories, me and my girlfriend. going out on drives on the weekends. Our first date was in this car. Get rid of the frills if that's what it takes. I just want it back to the way it was.
Okay, and then lastly, we've got an incompatibility. You had 2-inch drop spindles on the car that gave it the ride height.
Right.
You also gave me a set of disc brakes and said, you know, this was part of the agreement with the insurance company, and I have no problem. Those disc brakes are completely incompatible with your drop spindles. In my opinion, this is another give up. You either have to give up disc brakes or you have to give up the 2-inch drop. Which would you like to give up?
I think that it's best that we go with the disc brakes instead of the drop. If my girlfriend was in the car, she would have got injured, and if I would have had the disc brakes, this wouldn't have happened.
Okay.
As long as it runs, drives, stays on the road, and is safer than it was when it came in here, I'll be happy.
All right. Our plan for the VW is to make sure that the frame is structurally sound, replace the drop spindles, upgrade to disc brakes, then we'll replace the fender and repair the accident damage on the hood and support structure. Todd, when he deploys, and he deploys all the time, these guys are gone more than they're even here. And so when he comes back, not only does he come back to this car, but he's decided to make this Volkswagen a daily driver. A car that's twice as old as he is what he uses every day. So I got to bring it back for him, not just because it's his passion, hell, it's his transportation as well. Some of the frills that aren't really needed are going to have to come off the project, or we have to total the car.
I don't want to total the car. I just want it back to the way it was.
Todd has agreed to give up some of the cosmetic extras that the insurance company approved because we found structural damage that would bring the car well over the approved limit. Kyle's beginning the work by disassembling the car. The fender that we ordered should be arriving today.
Kyle, you know, I love the guy. I don't think I've worked with anybody his age with his work ethic and his vision for a vehicle. He's an old soul and a young body. I mean, he's 24 years old, and the kid does what he does, and it floors me.
Replacement fender arrived, but I don't think Kyle's going to be very happy with it. Here's what we got. I got the correct fender, but as you can see, didn't do real well in shipping. I just don't see this as being a fender that's usable.
No.
The fender arrived completely unusable. I've contacted the manufacturer. They're sending out another one immediately. Fortunately, it's arriving on Wednesday, and I don't know if it's morning or afternoon right now.
It's kind of stuck. I need to fit the fender to set everything.
To get the TR6 running and ready to drive, we're going to go through all the critical systems. We make sure the engine is running the way it should, that the fuel and brake systems are functioning at an optimal level. We'll go over every area of the car, inspecting and repairing what needs to be done. The bodywork on the Volkswagen is stalled until the new fender arrives. So I'm going to have Dale, our VW expert, get started on the brakes. He normally does electrical work, but he's been on my case lately to do more. This is going to be a good test for him.
I'm excited because now it's on me. I'm a bug guy. I own one. I have a 63. I get to get my hands dirty in bug guts. Basically what I got to do now is just assemble this front beam. Need to put the spindles in, put the rotors on, and then assemble the steering linkages. This bug is a daily driver. I mean, this is guy's only transportation, and he's absolutely in love with it. So we want to get it finished up, get it right for him, and make it look good.
We have a cap of $8,000 to execute all the work on this Volkswagen. That means Dale's on the clock to do this brake job. He needs to get it done in 5 hours if we're going to stay under this budget.
Last time I checked, it was 4:15, and I'm not really as close as I'd like to be to my deadline. Somebody's had the old beam off before, and when they took the beam off and put it back on, they didn't take the time to make sure the threads were, lined up. So I had to actually tap and die a couple holes and bolts. So now I gotta jack the whole car up and finish what I'm doing. Dan called for a 5 o'clock deadline, but, you know, I'm pretty good at disappointing him, so. Why start changing the rules now, right?
Welcome back.
Thank you, thank you.
Hi, I see you brought your daughter with you. Dave and his wife Joanne came in to test drive his 76 TR6. I'm always a little weary when the wife comes in while a car is in progress because more times than not, they're expecting a more polished car.
Well, we came in today to take a look at where we are in the process.
Now, are you a fan of this car, or?
I am.
Are you?
I am a very big
cool.
fan. Well, I was really excited when he decided that he wanted to do this project.
Well, good.
So I've been behind him on this.
All right.
Share his passion in this.
Yeah.
I'm a real fan of the TR6, like to go out for drives, so I see it as a benefit for the wife, too.
So what I'd like to do is let's go out for a drive.
Okay.
And then we probably need to just sort of circle the car and talk about what's next.
Okay, great.
So if you're ready to go, we'll go.
Let's
go
go.
take it for a cruise around the block. All right, very good. It's absolutely refreshing to hear Joanne talk about her support of this project. And to see the look of anticipation and excitement on both of their faces is the reason I do what I do. Let me open up our brand new door for you.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
This looks amazing.
Oh, my God.
I can't
Oh, my
believe
God.
it.
Last time I saw it, it didn't have a hood on it.
It didn't have anything.
It didn't have much of anything. That's true.
Everything was stuffed inside.
Yeah.
What's important is that all the stuff you can't see is all brand new now.
Remember, I was going to rebuild this myself.
Yeah, I remember that. When my husband came to me and said he wanted to do the restoration himself, I was like, no, that's probably not going to happen.
Yeah, I
Will you
told you I
have to
was-
replace this?
Well, okay, then we'll go out for a ride, but let's talk about that real quickly.
Yeah.
What is it that you want to get done cosmetically? And should I be asking Joanne or you?
Me.
Okay.
Yeah, him.
Okay. What color interior are you wanting in here?
You know, I kind of been bouncing back and forth between the tan color and the black. You know, I mean, if you remember, I was all about repainting the whole thing, and I just, you know, after you've convinced me that, you know, the path we're going to take, I'm inclined to say the tan top, the tan interior.
Leather, vinyl?
Leather.
Okay.
Yeah.
There really aren't many TR6s in as nice a shape as this one, so I'm glad Dave took my recommendation and is going to keep it as original as possible. So you ready to take this thing out? All right.
Absolutely.
Let's pop the door and bring this thing out back.
The anticipation is just amazing. The memories that it brings back. Just anxious to get it started and see what happens.
Just give it a little bit of gas. Shouldn't have to give it a lot. Just give it a little bit of gas. Shouldn't have to give it a lot. Now, it is kind of cold-blooded. It's the nature of the side drafts. So for the first few minutes until it gets warm, it's not going to run as clean, but it'll smooth right out.
Drives better today than it did the last time I drove it. Just brings back instant memories of how well it handles and what it's like to, you know, cruise around in a roadster like that.
You didn't have to do the machine work again. Yeah. We had to pull it apart and replace, though. So what do you think?
Awesome.
Cool. Looks like we got a plan. Let's. I'll let you know where we are in terms of kind of the time frame. I'll get some dates put together, but oh yeah, you'll definitely be cruising in the springtime. So.
The neighbors will be so jealous.
Well, good.
Oh my gosh.
The work on Todd's 66 VW is really coming along. Dale has installed the brakes, the rest of the front end, and now the front wheels. He just has to get the gas tank installed and get this car back into the metal shop.
Yeah, no leaks.
The work that Kyle and Dale did on the car was essential to making the car safe. Unfortunately, it took a lot longer than we expected. That means with the strict budget, Alan's got to do the paint job in a lot less time than we expected. here's the deal. You have 11.3 hours to do the body work and get the car painted.
Wow. And put it together.
And assemble it.
And assemble it.
That's what's left in the bank from the insurance company. Every hour we go over that, I'm paying for it. I'm gonna work with Todd if and when the guy returns, but for now, my point is you ain't starting with 30 or 40 hours. You're gonna do what you need to do to get this thing put back together and looking good.
Only having a limited amount of hours to do this job is frustrating, so I'm feeling the pressure to get it done fast.
I was in the paint shop checking out a car over there, and I noticed that that bug was really kicking Alan's ass. What's up, buddy?
Oh, man. I got 11.3 hours to finish this. This is where I'm at after 3. I gotta seam this in, I gotta paint on the inside here. Hood's all ripply down here, I got a body line. This job's easily 15 hours of body work.
I think it'd be fun. I mean, do I think it's exactly enough time? Probably not. Do we ever have enough time? No.
No.
Are we always rushed at some point in time? Yes. All right, it's all yours, buddy. Have fun.
So much fun. On top of all the body work, I still have to get this car painted, and that's gonna be another 6 or 7 hours if nothing goes wrong.
When the TR6 came into the shop, the interior was in rough shape. So we're gonna be replacing the seats, carpet, panels, everything we can get our hands on. Because we're keeping the TR6 original, I'm repairing the existing seat frames and building new seats. Before we can install the seats, we need to put in the new carpet. We've refurbished the original seat tracks and other hardware. Now we just need to fit the seats and make sure it all works. We were rolling with the TR6. The seats are in, the top is on, but now we're having a bit of an issue.
That, probably, huh?
There is a problem with the new top. When the door window is up, it's just not fitting right.
You can't open the door without probably breaking that glass with this top like that.
So you gotta roll the glass down.
You know, there's nothing to do but fix it. I'm the guy who's got to do it, so I got to get to work. We removed the top from the frame, reworked it, and made some adjustments to it. I refitted it, and that seemed to solve the problem.
Alan got the VW prepped in the allotted time. He did an amazing job. The Volkswagen right now is actually in great shape. All the metal is straight, everything's prepped for paint, and all we have to do at this point is really shoot the fenders, shoot the front end of the car, install the bumper, and this thing's ready to drive out of here. We're down to about the last 6 hours of work, and this project's finished.
How's it going on?
Todd's coming in to see the progress on his VW. When he sees the incredible work the guys have done, not only to repair the accident damage, but to make his car better than it was before, I think he's really going to be excited. He's close to getting his car back, and it's better than it ever was.
Hey, Dan, Todd's here.
Oh.
How's it going?
Who kicked whose ass?
Well, you see the other guy.
All right.
It's been really irritating and stressful. Having to deal with all the insurance company and then back and forth on getting work done and stuff like that. There she is.
Yep. Come on, let's walk up and basically at this point, obviously, you have to paint a Volkswagen in pieces, right?
Yeah.
And then build it after it's painted.
The door gap still needs to be set. It's off. You can look at the trim. I'm not liking this right here.
What's that?
This is curved out in this ripple right here. It's not gonna meet up well with the
It meets up perfectly.
fender.
We've already test fit everything. We did the work together. Todd's reaction to this car has really thrown me for a loop. The guys have done amazing work on his car, and all he's done is found fault with it. We agreed to repair Todd's 66 VW after his front-end accident, even though the budget for the job was too small. We know how much the car means to him, so we went all out and we're almost done with it, which should mean a very happy customer.
The door gap still needs to be set. I'm not liking this right here.
Todd's looking at this car right now, and it's not the reaction I'm expecting, and he should be overjoyed at what we've done to save his car.
I mean, this whole area was affected in the accident. Why didn't they take this undercoating stuff off?
The undercoating is just like it is all over the car. It's flaked everywhere. The accident damage repairs are limited to what was damaged in the accident. Your undercoating, which was chipping before the accident, is not something we can go in and repair.
I'm looking at the bodywork and finding problems apparently that weren't even, noticeable for. Now I'm seeing them whenever they've got everything torn apart, so I'm not really happy about that.
Todd looked at the car, and he's pointing out things that had nothing to do with the accident.
I just don't understand how $8,000 goes by like that, and this is all we have.
You have a rebuilt front end, 100% of your suspension components changed.
I understand that.
You have a disc brake system upgrade. You have new tie rod ends, new torsion bars, new steering column components, and all the labor to bring it all back together.
I'm more disappointed now than I was last time. I just seen it so much closer to the end, but yet it's still so far away from what it was originally whenever I bought it. Also, the front end sitting way up in the air. Whenever the car was dropped down low to the ground before, it just doesn't look right. It doesn't look the way it was supposed to. The whole reason I bought it was the stance that it had. You just used to sit like this nice rake. The front end was, about this high up off the ground. You couldn't even really get a jack underneath it. It just had this mean look to it.
You either have to give up disc brakes or you have to give up the 2-inch drop. Which would you like to give up?
I think that it's best that we go with the disc brakes instead of the drop.
Todd made the decision to swap out the 2-inch drop, which lowered his car, for the disc brakes, which would have prevented the accident, and now he's not happy. You're beyond throwing me for a loop right now. You should be like the happiest guy in the world that we're down to spraying your car, and you get your car back. Oh, and you get your car back better than it was before the accident. You ought to be looking at this car going, how the hell did you save my car when the original estimate didn't even look at the fact that the entire suspension system was crushed? What you legitimately had here, in my opinion, was a $10,000 to $12,000 accident.
I'm happy with the upgrades on the brakes and the way that the suspension is going to be set up and everything like that. The only problem I have is just really the drop. I just want it back to the way it was. I mean, if we could fix that, I could probably let a bunch of the other stuff go.
Your car's better than it was, and you're not happy. And I don't get that.
So maybe I just need to wait and see it till it's done.
He wants old accident damage repaired. He wants the car lowered and the suspension set up the way he wants to with a custom droppable suspension, all of which has nothing to do with his accident. I just came in to check on the progress on the TR6. Spencer had installed a new interior with new seats and a new top. I'm the one that pushed Dave to keep the car as original as possible, so I'm a little nervous to see the progress they've made.
I don't mind the brown, but I'm wondering if we couldn't have brought in a lighter colored door panel. He asked for this and the company even recommended it.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I like it. Do you like it?
It looks okay. You've almost got a quadratone going on.
Right, exactly. You absolutely do. You got black, light brown, medium brown carpets, dark brown door panels.
Right.
Yeah.
It's a little bit much.
A little busy.
Yeah.
I'm just not agreeing with the manufacturer right now that this was the best color.
It really does bother me, but at this point, they've installed it. I really don't know if we can even send it back. And even if we do, it would cost Dave extra money. So I'm gonna wait and see what he thinks about it, because who knows? Maybe Dave, he's gonna like 4 shades of brown.
How long would it take to swap out that stuff? Is that a big deal to swap out the door panels? This is, right? Because
it's a little bit more of a big deal, yeah.
Let's get him in here, and if he hates it enough, I'll make him a deal if he wants to swap it out.
The door gap still needs to be set.
Todd's back from deployment, and he's coming in to see the progress on his VW.
I'm not liking this right here.
Todd's reaction to the car has thrown me for a loop. We've done amazing work, and all he's done is found fault with it. Todd has decided to not only piss us off, but the insurance company too. The insurance company said they would not pay for the disc brake upgrade that we did on Todd's VW. Trying to find out who is responsible for what is driving me crazy. I've spent hours on the phone with Todd and the insurance company, reading and responding to endless emails, and it's all become a huge tangled web. It's incredibly frustrating to not have answers for parts I've paid for and work that we've already done. At this point, I just want the car done and out of my shop as soon as possible. I told Alan to go ahead and get the VW into paint so we can get this job done. Alan only has to paint the front end of this car, but on a VW, you have to remove the fenders to paint it properly. Our real challenge is matching that red to the rest of the car. I just heard from the insurance company again. There's yet another new development. The only plus is, it looks like I'm gonna get the car out of the shop at last.
Hey, Dale.
Yes, sir.
The red 66 Volkswagen, I need you to pull the disc brakes off it and put the drum brakes back on that car.
Put the drum brakes back on.
You still have them, right? All the crap you removed.
Yeah, I mean,
I need you to put that back on the car.
Really? Why?
He decided to contact his insurance company and said it's not like it was before the accident. Well, no shit. He asked us to do a disc brake conversion.
Yeah.
Now he's saying he's refusing to accept the car because it's not like it was the minute before the accident. And he's refusing to pay for the work that he asked us to do. So rip it back off, put the drum brakes on it. Okay. That means you've got to rebuild the drum brakes, okay? Put good shoes in it, spring kits, whatever you have to.
I'll have it ready.
All right, thank you.
All right, thanks.
I've rarely seen Dan this cranky, and I've seen him cranky.
When we get asked to redo or undo work that we've already done, especially in the finish shop, that's like a huge kick in the balls. You know, you just spend all this time making perfect, and then you gotta take it all apart and put it back to the way it was. Sometimes it happens.
Brakes work. The VW is on the curb and ready for pickup. I want to make sure we have all the paperwork, everything in order, so there are no holdups on this delivery.
Hey, kid. Todd is coming by to pick up a 66 Volkswagen.
Okay.
So I need a copy of an invoice for us. So this is everything.
Yeah.
Okay, excellent, thank you. Hey, Dale, is the VW done?
It's done.
Did you test it, drive it, check the brakes? You are satisfied it's ready to go home?
I can drive at 55 miles an hour down the road and stop 20 feet before the stop sign and not go past it.
I'm gonna call him right now and tell him his car is done. I want him to pick it up today.
Todd, the owner of the VW has arrived, and I want to get this delivery done ASAP.
Let's head over here. We've got your car done. The insurance company's already signed off on all of the collision repair work. Basically, the only thing you have to sign off on is the brake work. I need you to drive the car and test the brakes.
Give me the keys. I'll go do so right now. I took off in the driver's seat for the test drive, and about halfway through the test drive, I'm trying to brake, and the car is just barely slowing down.
The brakes are flawless in that car, and he has no idea what he's talking about.
Dan wanted to argue with me that the brakes were fine, so he said, well, let me drive it, and we'll see.
Nothing wrong with those brakes. Brakes are not on the floor.
I used to be able to put my foot halfway down on that pedal, and it would stop, like nothing. Now I'm having to push it all the way, almost 2 inches from the floor, make it stop.
That's the correct pedal throw. You should have the first third of brake pedal should not do anything. The second third should be your brakes, and the third third should be travel from the floor, and that's exactly what you have now. If you were locking it up halfway, then your brakes were incorrectly adjusted before.
Okay, Dan.
All right, have a good day. This was the most uncomfortable delivery of any vehicle I've ever had. And at this point, I just want him to take his car and be gone. He can do anything he wants with it. It has met the insurance company standards, and he has signed off on the brakes as being perfect.
Joanne and Dave are on their way to pick up their TR6, so the guys are putting the finishing touches on the car. I know Dave and Joanne are excited to see the car, but first, we have to discuss the work that's been done and how much it's going to cost.
Hi.
Hey, how are you?
Good to see you. Good to see you.
Joanne, welcome.
Good to see you. Good to see you again. Thanks for coming in.
Yep. Welcome. I'm hoping you're excited to pick up your car today.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Weather's cooperating, so
far, so good.
We'll get a drive.
That's right.
All right, let me do a quick synopsis if I can, and we'll go take a look at your car. When you came in, you originally wanted kind of a ground-up...
Completely frame-off restoration.
Right.
Change the color, everything.
Right. And I'm hoping I didn't sway you too much in the wrong direction. I'm hoping you'll agree once you see it that it was the right thing to do. But
a little still iffy on the color, but we'll see what the final product is.
I'm a little bit skeptical. Probably would rather have a red car, but if it turns out like he's promised it will, it'll be awesome.
What we've done for you in keeping your car as a survivor rather than a full restoration did two huge things. It really kept the cost of the restoration down significantly. And then the other thing it did was it gave you an original car. So we restored the paint rather than repainting, and we restored things rather than replacing. A quick kind of list of what we did was the engine. Rebuilt it, rebuilt the fuel system, rebuilt the carburetors, the exhaust system, the distributor. We went through the transmission. So we did this, we went through the brake system, all the lines, and we've pretty much done everything on your car. And then cosmetically, your new leather interior, your new top. We preserved everything we could, restored everything we needed to, and you now have, in my opinion, a far better car than if we'd restored it.
I can't wait.
So I think you're going to like it.
I liked it when I first bought it, so hopefully you brought it back to that same, appeal.
And I think we did. I think the guys have done an amazing job with your car. I've reminded them of all the work we've done on their TR6, but now the moment of truth. So your final tally then, when all is said and done, is $51,02.39 is the final balance due.
Okay.
Any questions before we?
No, I mean, I think in the total package that gets us real close to the budget that you and I talked about.
Even though this might seem like a lot of money, it's a drop in the bucket compared to the frame-off restoration that Dave originally requested. Okay, so are you ready to go take a look at your car?
Absolutely. I can't wait.
Let's go take a look.
All right.
We got through the financial part of things, but apparently the jury's still out on this color.
Do we need to get the paint guy here? That's a big issue.
Not yet. Hopefully, it isn't an issue. So, would you like to see your car?
Okay.
All right.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Incredible.
Dan, I had no idea that you could bring it back to this amount of shine. That is the most amazing car that I've ever owned. It is, it's beautiful. It's beyond anything that I thought he could turn it into. I mean, it looks like it's an original. It looks like it probably would have rolled off the showroom floor. I love the color. I'm so pleased that we made the decision / he talked me into not changing the color.
I didn't expect it to be so brilliant. The yellow that I remembered was more of a kind of a muted yellow, and that it just popped. I mean, it sparkled. I'm very happy with it.
What do you think? Is this what you were expecting?
Oh, it's much more than I was expecting.
Yeah,
I can promise you that.
Dave and Joanne are very surprised and happy with the car. It may not be red, but I think Dave may have just found his new favorite color.
What do you say we make it topless?
Absolutely.
This car's supposed to be that way.
It's going to spend most of its time.
That's right. Of all of the British roadsters ever made, this one is kind of that tough, sexy combination that just comes together beautifully.
In the long run, I would say Dan was right. I'm glad he convinced me of going the route that we went. Not only did it save me some money, but it produced something that I think is unique. There's not going to be that many of those out there.
What do you say you go for a drive?
Absolutely.
I think it's time.
Absolutely. All right, great.
Oh my God. Oh, wow.
Sounds awesome. You ready?
I'm ready.
Dave and Joanne have a lot of plans and dreams built around their TR6. I'm glad we could put an amazing Survivor car back on the road and let them live out their dreams. On Todd's 66 Volkswagen, we saved a car that should have been totaled. I've got a local guy named Joe, a great guy who loves Impalas. In fact, they're his dream car. In this case, he's already headed out for Afghanistan, so he's dropping off his car so we can get it ready for him by the time he gets home.
I'm missing a whole lot of stuff back here. I don't know what you guys have got.
Well, I find out there's a little more to the story because the mother-in-law said that the car was such an eyesore that the neighborhood was, threatening to, come at it with pickaxes and torches and get it the hell out of the area.
When is someone actually going to bring us a project that
is not completely destroyed?
Yeah.
64 Impala it's pretty rough. A bunch of patches in the floor, kind of looks like a patchwork quilt. Some guy did that so his car could pass inspection. Band-aids over a bullet wound.
Is this your project or?
Junior.
Junior's taking this one?
This is my good time right here.
Walter's a great guy. He's been here a few months now. He's not heavily experienced in the automotive world. He got a lot of experience in the heavy iron industry, so I'll keep a close eye on him. I think he'll do all right.
Are you really sure that this is Walter's project?
I'm not worried about it. He can do it.
Gotta start somewhere. I tell you what, if I ruin it, I'll be sure to pack my shit and be out of here before you find out. How's that? I see this car in powder blue with white striping on it, low to the ground, fender skirts. That's the first thing I saw in this car. I've just always liked Impalas, so I kind of got excited about this car.
This is a big job. There is no getting around it.
Hoopty. That's what you call this. It's a hoopty.
Okay.
This will be a ground-up restoration. We're going to repair the frame, put in trunk and passenger area floors, doors, quarter panels, install the engine, and updated transmission. Put in new carpet, install the seats, give it an amazing paint job, and a new convertible top.
The work that needs to be done in this car is definitely a bit overwhelming. This is one of the cars that comes in here and you look at it and go, what doesn't need to be fixed?
This one's on you guys.
That's fine.
All
Thanks.
right.
This project is really going to make it or break it for Walter. If he screws it up, Dan's going to ride his balls forever. If he gets it right, then Dan's still going to ride his balls forever, but not quite as hard. You're going to learn some stuff on this one, buddy.
Oh, I'm sure it's going to be fun.
Don't screw it up. I don't want to hear Dan complaining about it.
Hey, Jim.
Hello, Dan.
Welcome back. What brings you back in with the beast?
Cosmetic work.
Jim's a heck of a character. His car has been in here multiple times, and he is very, very interested in making sure that his car now represents his personality.
The front end of the car, when you look at it, is beautiful. When it's coming down the road at you, I mean, it is pretty. Attracts a lot of attention, a lot of thumbs up, a lot of honks, especially from older people who appreciate it and recognize it for what it is. And that's one of the things I really liked about the car.
Yeah. What is it that you're actually after?
The white part of the car. It's leaking in places.
Okay.
What you're seeing, the rust that never existed before.
Yeah, it's not surprising that it's leaking, because I think your seals are gone, and I knew eventually you'd come back in here for this.
Yeah, just, it needed to get done.
Okay. All right, what about this glass? It looks like it's
all the glass,
delaminated.
all these 6 pieces of glass where it's laminating. That one's not as bad, but still, while we're replacing it, we might as well. And there, of
this
course,
is a little more than delaminating.
Yeah, that one's ugly.
Yeah. And as far as the green, are we going to address the rust?
I mean, this car's a lot of acreage, and if we get into painting the green, I think we're going to be running out of budget.
What about putting it up on a lift? You were asking me about engine oil? You notice what we've got here. Notice your pan is bone dry.
Yes, sir.
Notice what's wet. See this? This is all transmission fluid. See how it's kind of reddish? It's not black. Then as we step over here, what we've really got is all of the corrosion and all of the rust that's never been addressed. You've got the zip screws over here instead of weld. You've got holes in your car instead of properly inserted floor pans. And so it was put together and it's all steel, but not done the way it really should have been done. All right, Jim, anything else then?
No, I've heard enough.
All right, let's go, man. On Jim's 57 Bel Air, we'll strip, rust repair, and repaint the entire roof. We'll install a new headliner, replace all the glass, and redo all interior door panels.
This is the work order on this car right here. Let's start in the back, because the back window here is pretty rotten. Next thing is door panels. Let's get all the door panels off. We're replacing all the door glass. Let's get that done. Headliner means sun visors too. All these have to come out.
There's like 30 feet of trim here.
Working on the 57 Bel Air can be a challenge. Jim's budget is fairly limited, but the body on this car is the size of a football field. Taking this restoration on one piece at a time can make it a lot tougher in the long run.
Being that it's the biggest job I've done since I've been in this shop. There's a lot of pressure now for me to actually make this thing happen. The floors have to come out. It's a big job. I haven't ruined anything yet.
Walter is an interesting dichotomy of personalities because when you meet him, you see this big, sort of rugged exterior, and you think that that's the way he is. He's very professional, but he's also very soft on the inside. He's very passionate about the cars he works on. He's very personable. Really an interesting guy. Not at all what I was expecting when I first met him.
Kyle, you want to come help me with this? Where I came from, everything is beat it with a hammer, grind it, smash it, slam it. It is similar in certain ways. I would say the biggest thing is just understanding how to be a little bit more precise. I want to do the absolute best job that I can with this car. I want this car to represent me, and it is the first large project like this that I've done, so I want to make my mark. I want to prove to not only myself, but everybody in this shop that I absolutely can do everything that they can do and everything that needs to be done. I started off in construction, and then I went into heavy steel metal fabrication. I used to build machines that shredded cars, hyperbaric chambers for hospitals and dive ships. So I'm not going to half-ass it, and that's where it comes from.
The 64 Impala is Walter's first really big project, and I'm interested to see, one, how he's going to fare managing a project, and two, how he's going to do fabricating all the parts to put this car back together.
Walter's going to have to learn how to pattern it. He's going to have to learn where to cut, where to bend, where to weld. That's going to be a real test at what his aptitude for this is. If I wasn't confident he'd be able to do it, I wouldn't have him do it.
I'm going to install the inner rocker. This is a new piece. I'm going to take this, put it in place of the old one. This is what we had left of it right here. It's eaten up, pretty much destroyed, worthless. These pieces are important to the rigidity and stability of the car because it's a convertible. And without the top, to keep everything in line, you have to reinforce the bottom of the car, the floor pan, your rockers, your inner rockers. So as these things start to decay and fall apart, you run into a possibility of the car leaning into itself. So I'm gonna remove all of that, get rid of it, and reproduce the parts on the inside and outside, everything we need to make it sturdy and rigid again. When I put my hands on something, I want to have the time to do it the right way. I don't want to be rushed through it. I want to be happy with the end result.
The substructure of the Impala body was rusted away. We can buy the floors in quarters, but Walter's got to hang them on something. In this case, he's going to design, fabricate, build, and fit all of that substructure so that the floors and quarters will fit perfectly.
I'm having to figure out the shape of the piece based on what's around it and make something that fits into that place.
While Walter continues on the Impala, Spencer is moving full speed ahead on the Bel Air. The first step in replacing the headliner is removing the old one.
Man, it's a big headliner.
It is pretty good size. We're not gonna pull the glass today. That'll be tomorrow's job. That'll get us going.
Oh, man. Dale, come check this out.
What you got, buddy? Oh, boo.
First thing that goes through my head when I see this is if it hasn't been cared for and there's rats, what else am I gonna find in the car?
Oh, man, you got another one.
Looks like they've been stealing some seat foam.
It's funny how they get that stuff up there, man. They pack it in there real tight. I wouldn't be surprised if you don't find another one in the back there once you get it all the way down. How far you got?
I thought you were gonna take it over now.
Oh, no, man, no. I do electrical work, man.
Oh.
I don't do the interior and
I
stuff.
thought you were the rat specialist.
Yeah, when Spencer's asking me to clean up a rat's nest, it doesn't go very well for me, so I just kind of chuckle at him and smile and turn around and go back to my electrical work.
Oh, Dale, come check this one out. I think it's a bee's nest. Looks like there's been more animals than people in this car. You know, you expect to find some rust, water damage when you take out an old headliner like that, but really the rats and the bees, that was a surprise.
Here, Spencer discovered a problem with the headliner when he pulled it down.
Hey, Spence. How are we looking on the Bel Air?
I got a couple things over here I found. Some nests and whatnot.
Wait a second. Isn't that crap?
Yes, that is.
Okay, yeah, let's not play with that stuff. Wow. This was all in that car?
Yeah.
How did he not notice this smell? I don't get that.
The headliner kind of seals it in.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Okay.
As soon as I pulled it down, it took my breath away.
Nice.
Not in a good way.
So not exactly your basic car air freshener, that's for damn sure.
I think it'll be a surprise to Jim because he loves this car and he thinks it's his prom queen. So I'm not sure that he's gonna take it real well when we tell him that his prom queen is maybe a bit of a dirty girl. Walter did a great job prepping the floors and rockers for this car, but the proof is in the pudding. Now he has to get the floors fitted into the car if we're gonna stay on schedule.
See what happens. Try and stuff in from the front. I don't think it's
Maybe.
When it comes time to put the new floor in, we had to try and put the floor in from the bottom side, try and put it in from the top side. We got 3 people coming at it from different directions. Somebody's yelling from this side, go this way. Somebody's yelling from that side, go this way, and it ends up being a big struggle. And at that point, I'm thinking to myself, well, what's gonna come next? How are we gonna make this thing work?
You out of the way?
Yeah.
Here, hold on.
It's in.
Yeah. All right, I don't know how much is hanging on the right side. We did struggle with it quite a bit. A little prying, a little bending here and there, and manipulation of the metal, and finally smashed it in there.
Windshield's gonna come out. We're replacing all the door glass. We've got rust up in here. The weather stripping starts at the top and leaks its way down.
Yeah.
So this whole thing up in here, this is one of the things we need to do. We need to pull this trim out of here. This glass is gonna come out, the gasket's gonna get replaced. And actually, eventually, we're gonna pull the whole door off so they can do metal work on the roof.
Some people joke that some muscle cars are like boats. This car honestly is as big as a boat.
Once the rear door glass is removed, along with all the trim in the windshield, we can start getting on with this restoration. I need feedback from my customers when I build a car. But Joe, the owner of the car, is in Afghanistan. His fiancée lives out of state. So his mother-in-law, Sheila, is coming in to check on the progress of their car.
Hello.
Oh, ma'am. Can I see the Impala?
Yes.
Women don't generally kind of get a disassembled car.
This the Impala?
That's it.
So a little bit nervous about what she's going to think when she sees it. I'm Dan.
Hi, Dan.
I'm sure it looks different.
It does.
It's not looks we're focusing on right now. It's structure.
Pretty much everything on the inside here on the floor was just eaten up with rust. There were patches, there were holes that were covered with patches.
Yeah.
Nothing was really salvageable.
The Impala needs a full makeover. A full makeover, like everything. From top to bottom, everything.
It might not excite you quite so much because it's kind of steel and it's not the pretty part.
I'm excited too.
Are you? That's cool.
I'm excited too.
So you're like a car girl? A little bit?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay,
I'm getting there.
that's
Like,
cool.
yeah.
Sheila is a very energetic lady, and I was expecting kind of this, stereotypical mom-in-law coming in, and she's actually quite enthusiastic about the car. I don't think she fully gets it all, but she's happy and she's excited for Joe, and that's what I really appreciate that.
This is really great right here, what y'all have done so far. This is really good. I know how people can pimp Reyes out, so I know that it's gonna be awesome. Great job. Like, look at that. That's
impressive,
really,
isn't it? Yeah.
Yes, it really is. With the wheels, chrome steering wheel, all that good detailed lights and all, I was just wondering about the price.
The price?
Yeah.
What do you think it's gonna cost to do all this, to rebuild a whole car?
I wanna say, 30?
30,000?
Yes.
You're actually really close as to what it'll cost us for the parts to build the car.
What? I was just wondering about the price.
What do you think it's going to cost to do all this?
30?
You're actually really close as to what it'll cost us for the parts to build the car.
What?
Yeah.
That's a lot. 30,000. That's somebody's income. The parts?
You got to realize it's an engine, it's a transmission, it's gauges, it's wiring harnesses, tires and brakes and interior. There's no interior in this car.
Okay, so 30 for parts. What's the full price? 50?
Oh, it'll be more than that. To restore a car, labor will generally double or triple what the parts budget is. So you put the numbers together yourself. I think she was shocked. I hope Joe isn't shocked.
Oh my goodness, that's expensive.
It's a big job.
Yeah,
it's a damn big job.
I can't wait to see the outcome of it.
Once the Bel Air is stripped of glass and trim, it will move into paint and body.
Oh, this is coming along good. Looking pretty good back here, man.
Yeah.
How's it coming up there?
It's coming along fine, man. We just got a few little spots. Probably be done in a few minutes.
Why don't you go ahead and finish up what you're doing? Go ahead and take lunch. I'm gonna go grab Dan and we'll do an inspection and I'll see where he wants us to go from here.
All right.
Cool.
Okay.
Thanks.
I love my job, but some days it feels like the guys just line up at my door to bring me their problems. You're telling me you cut the green paint off the car, not just the white?
Yeah, the whole thing. Whenever I see that face that Dan gives me when I've done something wrong, is like, oh crap, he's gonna have my ass. I better, tread lightly from here until we figure this out.
Oh,
We weren't supposed to do the green and all?
No, you weren't supposed to do the green. Jim is a frequent flyer who's funding his restoration one step at a time. This mistake by Alan means that I either have to eat the cost of a paint job or risk a relationship with a customer by asking him to pay for our screw-up. what you've done here is you've committed me to an entire paint job, and he doesn't have the money for a paint job.
Alan's little mistake could cost me thousands.
Damn.
I have to tell Jim we screwed up. Sometimes this job sucks.
Is the roof painted already?
Well, it's prepped.
What's going on with the tailgate? That's nice, but I didn't think we talked about all that.
We didn't talk about that, and that's why you're here.
Okay.
We don't screw up often at FantomWorks. Our high standards simply don't permit it. And telling the owner that we did screw up is something I really hate. We're also not going to hide anything because to me, accountability is everything. Jim, we made a mistake.
What mistake did we make?
We weren't supposed to strip the car. Not all the way, but enough to where there is no going back. I kind of dove into a cesspool on this one, and essentially what I'm asking you is, are you willing to at least dive part way in with me?
Eating the cost of this paint job really hurts. I hope Jim is willing to meet me halfway.
Part way I like.
Yeah.
Because definitely I'm not responsible for the saint that did this to the car. I mean, they did great work. I
Yeah.
guess I should thank him, but.
Well, thanking him isn't exactly what I had in mind.
The mistake that's been made is really in my favor and probably was going to work out into the ultimate plan for the car.
Well,
we just got to figure out who's going to pay for it. You pay some, I pay some. Is that what you got in mind?
Yeah, that's, you know, that's the cesspool.
You get some numbers together and let me know what the damage will be, and I'll prep the wife. Make that last check a little bigger.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I appreciate your good humor.
Well, it's all for a good cause. It's for the Chevy.
All the previous work we've done on the Bel Air has come in at or below budget, but this time we've gone over. So Jim is bringing in his wife to see what's going on.
What I'm doing right now is making a template, removing the rust from the inside of the wheel well, so I can make a replacement piece for this area while salvaging as much of the original wheel well as possible. I just found out that the quarter panels are the wrong panels. There's a difference between the panel that goes to a coupe and a panel that goes to a convertible. This is a convertible. I have panels for a coupe.
I'm beside myself because we've had months to review the parts, and I mean, they were right next to the damn car. How is it you're just finding out today that we got the wrong damn parts?
Walter, the hell's going on with the Impala?
This is bullshit, because today they're supposed to be going on the car. This shouldn't be happening.
I have the wrong quarter panels.
What do you mean you have the wrong quarter panels? These sons of bitches have been in this shop for months waiting to go on the car, and are you telling me you're not going to weld them on? Like, this is supposed to start going on today.
Well, they can start going on today. They're not going to get finished today. This is what I'm working with right here.
So, these are sedan quarters, aren't they?
Yeah.
Walter failed, you know, he should have ordered the right part, and instead he ordered a damn sedan quarter.
How the hell did you not notice this? I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, they were sitting right there for damn months waiting on you.
They didn't come off the shelf until
And
yesterday.
you never looked at them?
I had no reason to look at them.
This is your project. What do you mean you had no reason to look at them? That's bullshit. These were going on this car. You had them there for months, and you never even bothered checking to make sure you were ready?
No.
That's f***ed up, Walter. When you're assigned a project, you're responsible for ensuring that the parts you get are the correct parts. You needed to order the right damn part. And certainly once it got here and you saw that it was wrong, and I mean, quite honestly, that's a big enough difference that Stevie Wonder could see that shit. These are sedan quarters, aren't they?
Yeah.
How the hell did you not notice this? I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, they were sitting right there for damn months waiting on you.
They didn't come off the shelf until
And you never looked at them?
I had no reason to look at them.
This is your project. What do you mean you had no reason to look at them?
I didn't order these parts. These parts have been here since I started working here.
Okay, so it's not your fault?
No.
Walter's bigger mistake was not accepting responsibility. And quite honestly, at this point, I think it's bullshit, and I think he's taking the low road. If he had stood up and said, you're right, this was my fault, and I will get it fixed, I'd have been a lot happier with his response. But this, it's not my fault. Let me tell you, those are 4 words that piss me off more than any other thing I've ever heard. Get this project back on, because I told the owner we're gonna have his car going into primer next week, and it doesn't look like that's gonna happen. So figure it out.
I'm always in trouble. Somebody's always pissed off at me for something around here. I'm not really that worried about it. I don't really like getting my ass chewed, but just, it is what it is.
Walter is going to have to now modify these in such a way that they fit perfectly on the convertible. I can't afford to let this car going out of here any less than flawless.
I would love to order new panels for this, but they don't make them. For shit out of luck, we're just gonna have to modify these, and I've got a lot of overhang I have to cut off and reshape to make it fit this car. I can see this car finished already. I know what it's gonna look like. I can see it in my head before it's done. So you do have to have some creativity to make it work and decide what you're gonna build to place in those certain situations.
For Walter, the 64 Impala was really a big test. Can he sort of hang with the big dogs? I just took a look at the quarter panel that Walter built. I am blown away. This looks fantastic. He did an absolutely flawless job on his first time out. That really speaks well for Walter. It actually looks not only like it goes up, but it actually has a bit of an arch. Absolutely beautiful work. I couldn't be happier. Walter has really delivered on the metalwork. Now we get to move the Impala into paint and body. Jim's bringing in his wife, Kathy, to see the car. It's been prepped and primed, but we need her approval to get the job done.
Dan.
Hello, Jim.
Hey.
Hi.
Thought I'd bring the wife by to see where all her money's going.
Hey.
I'm Dan.
Hey, it's nice to meet you, Kathy.
Nice to meet you, Kathy. Hello,
What's
Jim.
up, buddy? How's it going?
Pretty good. Let's go out and take a look at your car. It actually looks pretty good. We're getting close, so.
Are we?
Ready to go?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Originally, I thought the first price that I was told it was going to cost was going to take care of the whole car. And then he came home and told me it was only going to paint half the car. And that kind of made me wonder what really was going on up here and how much more it was going to cost us to finish it.
I really hope that when Kathy sees the quality of work we've put into the Bel Air, she'll give the okay for the paint job.
Well, there she is.
Well,
let me show you what's been done. For instance, the front door. You'll notice that new weather trim is in. You'll also notice it's new glass. We're changing out seals. Obviously, all the rust repair was done to the roof after the metal was finished. Look at the reflection.
the top looks great. Well, what happened to the headliner? That was in great shape. When I first looked inside the car and I saw the headliner was gone, I thought, gee, that was one thing that didn't need to be messed with. Why did they take the headliner out?
Actually, in the headliner, we did find a couple of rat's nests and a wasp's nest, so it really did need to be replaced. But more importantly, in order to pull the glass out to do all the repairs, the headliner actually goes under the glass, so we're doing the headliner at the same time. Next, of course, is we're prepping the body.
That's what all the gray is?
Right, the gray is actually primer. And then our next job that we're gonna do is we're gonna actually paint the gray green. So back to the color that this car started out as.
Have you told me how much all of this is going to add to the bill?
Well, you know, maybe you better tell us about the surprise on the wheels so I can get her back on my side.
I want Kathy to understand that I'm in this with them, so I planned something special for the wheels. I want something on the wheels that really pops. What we're gonna do is we're gonna shrink your center cap, we're going to paint the wheels a certain color, and we're gonna put the chrome beauty ring on it. Now, the color is the thing. For me, that color on this car that I think will look phenomenal is a bright, like a canary yellow. And the yellow against the green with the chrome, you don't like.
You like the yellow idea?
A green and white and yellow car?
Yes.
Nah.
I can't believe this. I think yellow on the wheels will really make the Bel Air wheels stand out. Kathy's just laughing at me. If you look at a John Deere tractor, look at how brilliant the green and yellow works together. They really are two colors that work very, very well together. It both works with the green and it will really pop and look phenomenal. And if you don't like it, we'll change it. Fair enough?
That's fair enough.
Fair enough.
Okay. Jim and Kathy didn't seem as excited about the wheels as I thought they'd be, but they're on board with the project and it's moving ahead nicely.
I am excited to find out that Sheila's gonna be in the shop today. Maybe I get an opportunity to really explain to her how much work in depth has gone into the car so that she can relay a positive message to Joe. Inside of the wheelhouses there have been repaired. New deck lid, new quarter panels.
The first time I saw Walt and my son-in-law's car, you know, the car wasn't, you know, put together well and all. But Walt, hey, this go around, beard, you know, a lot has changed even with Walt.
Let's go up and take a look at the front because I want to show you kind of what we're doing in the engine bay.
Yeah, there you go.
I really want Sheila to understand, Joe isn't getting a repaired car, he's getting a brand new car.
Every part of this is going to be just like it was when it was built. What do you think?
Oh, y'all did such a great job. I would love for Joe to see the progress of this.
You do that?
I could do that, you know. He would love to see that too.
Bring him on.
The best part of today is that I get to show Joe the progress of his car. He's going to be very excited because a lot has been done.
I had no idea that she was going to introduce Joe to the car and me to Joe over a video chat. Not exactly what I was expecting, and I'm not really sure I'm ready for this.
Joe, you finally get to meet Dan, the ones who are responsible for this great job on the Impala.
How's it going, Joe?
Hi, Dan.
I'm nervous about Joe seeing his car over video because it just doesn't give him the real picture. It's like seeing a photograph of the Grand Canyon. Yeah, you can see it, but you just don't get it until you visit it.
I'm excited to see it, too.
Yes.
So we'll actually have it to the point where in about a week we'll actually be able to take it around and drive it around the block.
That sounds
Yeah. It's not a tin can anymore. Hey, look at that, look at that. Beautiful. And it's old school, solid as a rock.
That's cool.
We've already started cutting in the paint. If you can see right now, your engine compartment is painted. The inside of the trunk is painted. The dash is painted. And now we're getting ready to start cutting in all the silver.
That sounds good. Hey, can I see the seat compartments?
Hold on, sweetie.
See the trim. Because I know that was in bad shape.
Bad shape, it was nothing there.
Oh, wow. Yeah, it looks good.
Yes, the door, the dash looks good.
Totally different.
Yes, it does.
I'm watching Joe on this video chat, and his face actually lights up. So for me, that was an amazing moment.
Oh, man, that's awesome.
And when they're done, I'm gonna borrow it for the weekend. You're all right with that, right?
Hey, I tell you what, all the hard work, you keep it for the month. How about that?
It is exciting to get some feedback from Dan, to have him come through and say, hey, you're doing a good job, but it's definitely more exciting. It's a bigger, more fulfilling moment when I have the owner of the car or somebody affiliated with the car come through and tell me, hey, I'm happy with this, I'm excited about this.
You might want to stay there another year to pay for it.
I'm absolutely delighted. Joe seems to really be happy with the car. His face showed everything. It was a great moment.
The headliner just came in for the 57. I just unpacked it. I'm getting ready to put it in. Hopefully it only takes me, about a day and a half. That's a normal time. This is kind of a little bigger headliner, so we're expecting a few challenges. Hopefully not too much.
Installing this new headliner is a really big job for Spencer, because quite literally, this headliner is only slightly smaller than the state of Texas.
The headliner has gone from rat-infested, insects all over it, nasty, to a pristine, brand new headliner. But it's been a huge ordeal to get it there. I took 3 full days to stretch it and steam it and get it to where it is now. But I think it looks really good. I'm happy about it, but I'm not happy about how long it took, and I'm sure Dan isn't either.
With the headliner finally installed, we can move the Bel Air into paint. I can't wait to see how good the yellow wheels look against that sea of green.
At this point, we're going to finish installing the drivetrain and get the vehicle running by next week. This engine is a time capsule, and now ready to go in this car. Now, the Impala goes back to the body shop to get all the finished paint work, and then we do the final assembly with interior and chrome.
Jim's arriving in a couple hours to pick up his car, and knowing him, he's probably going to be here early, and there's just a lot of little details that we don't have done that need to be done in the next couple hours.
The hubcap's got to go on.
Wow.
You're on the tree.
Yeah. We're putting the final touches on the Bel Air. I know Jim's going to be happy with it. I just hope Kathy is too. I've got a friend here who is actually looking forward to seeing you.
Oh, yeah.
Joe, say hello.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Joe.
Hey, what's up, Mom?
Sheila, I got to tell you, she's the life of the party, so you got a great lady here.
Yeah, I know.
I did want to, though, just get one formality out of the way, and that was to talk about, where we are and the bill.
Okay.
You always have to go through the ugly first, right?
That's right.
Parts and labor for the project. Total bill comes in at $97,000.
I was round that off to 100,000.
97,000.
Yes, sir.
Can you handle that?
Yeah, that's a lot of money, but it's gonna be fun. We're good with that.
Okay.
You ready to see your car?
I'm excited. I am ready.
Bring it on. Yeah.
All right, bring it on. Check out your 64.
Ow! I look at Sweet! Look at the paint job. Look at the. You can't see it. Okay, when I first saw that car, it was like a piece of tin can. It was like something that maybe you want to have taken to the junkyard, and the outcome of the car was absolutely amazing.
The power plant is always one of the most beautiful things to see.
Lovely.
Oh, that's awesome. Now, that's a 327.
Sheila's actually loving the paint job under the hood.
Yes.
Those wheels,
nice.
They work really well in the car, Joe. Look at these details.
Oh, he gonna love it.
You like this?
Oh, man.
I'm gonna take her for a ride, but Joe, it's been an honor, and I appreciate this opportunity, and I look forward to seeing you in a few months.
Thank you, Dan. I want to say to you, man, and all the guys that spent countless hours on the car. Man, from the bottom of my heart, blessings go out to you and your shop, man. Y'all did an awesome job.
They really did.
I'm looking forward to just coming home and being able to drive it, man. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. All right, we'll talk to you soon. Time to go for a ride. You sure you don't want to drive?
Oh, no, passenger side. Passenger. Yeah.
All right. For your first ride in your 1964. Or Joe's.
Beautiful. Yes. Hello.
It's actually a pretty nice day for it.
Perfect day.
Springtime, pretty clouds.
Oh, beautiful day. That's the kind of car you want to definitely cruise in. The ride was great. I love it.
Jim and Kathy are coming in to pick up their '57 Bel Air. Kathy wasn't exactly bowled over by it last time, but I can't wait to see her reaction this time.
Oh, look at that.
It's beautiful.
Isn't that nice?
When I saw it, it kind of just popped out at me, and I was like, okay, this is so much better.
I'm very pleased when I walked in and saw it looking as good as it did.
The green is good. Matches that.
New headliner, definitely spruced up the inside of it.
The headliner looks awesome. Awesome. And the windows look awesome. I was extremely pleased with everything we've done.
I think that came out really well. Spencer did an amazing job of putting that together.
Very nice.
I'm thrilled that Kathy loves the new headliner. I'm not really surprised, though. It's new, it's gorgeous, and there's no more rat's nests or anything else living in it.
But it's the outside that I really want to get your sort of feel on.
Love it. They did a good job on replacing all the chrome and everything, so I'm pleased, very, very pleased with it.
Oh, that's beautiful.
All the repairs done, they cleaned up the wheels. What is your impression?
I don't know.
I'm not sure about it either. It's different.
That's what this was done for, is to make them stand out, not blend in.
It's definitely going to stand out.
I got to tell you, the first time I took a drink of red wine, I couldn't stand it. By the time I finished that bottle, I loved it. So why don't you take a drink for a month and tell me,
we'll go from there.
Yeah.
Money well spent.
Yeah.
I think it's time for your beautiful wife to go out and
jump on in there, Jim.
Try out your new car.
Yeah.
Seeing how happy Jim and Kathy are with their Bel Air really makes my day. And if there's such a thing as a happy mistake, well, we made one with their car. This is a great reminder of why we do what we do here at FantomWorks. FantomWorks is the largest car restoration shop in America, and one of my biggest headaches is finding the right people to work here. I don't want just anyone. I want the best. And I want people who care about cars as much as I do.
Pulling to the left.
I won't hire people who cut corners, and I can't stand excuses. So I'm constantly looking for that rare combination of quality and speed. At FantomWorks, cars come first. And here, every car has a story.
I can't see your hand.
Nice. We've got a 1965 Cadillac Deville convertible coming into the shop today. I can't wait to see what kind of condition it's in.
Going all the way to the left with it?
The 65 Cadillac, beautiful car, as long as a football field.
It rolls, man.
Looks like half of a tree.
I see cut wires.
I see cement through the floor. Looking at it, I could use a tetanus shot.
I got the fuzzy dice.
Nice. New carburetor, new alternator, new fuel pump. Everything else is old as dirt.
This one's
a little bit concerning for me because it came in filled with grass and leaves and even what appears to be maybe some small dead animals in it.
Oh man, gross. Got an old skeleton here, carcass.
It's a dealer option from Cadillac.
Yeah, buddy.
The tires still turn.
Okay, well, that one doesn't look like it turned.
No, that one, well, it might.
Yeah, you got
Yeah. Yeah, here we go.
through all here.
Son of a bitch.
Yeah,
I mean, it
This
goes...
isn't just problems. It looks like not only the floors are bad, but we've actually got it. It's coming right into the braces of the floor, too. So the floor's gone, the rockers are gone, the supports are gone. So what's good on the car?
The carburetor.
That's it.
Ronnie, the owner of the Cadillac, is coming by today. We're gonna go over the condition of his Caddy. I don't think he realizes how much work has to be done or how much it's going to cost to restore this car. Hopefully, by the end of the conversation, we'll know if he really wants to move forward on this project. Here we have your 65.
Okay.
Now, you told me it was coming down. I was expecting it. I wasn't quite expecting this, I'll be honest. I was a little surprised. What's the basic story on the condition of it, the top down, the leaves?
It's been sitting for about at least 3 or 4 years, I know. Some people might think I'm crazy bringing this car in this condition, but if you look at it, it's a diamond in the rough. I've been owning Betsy for about 15 years. We've been through a lot together. It's like a sentimental piece with me and my wife. Oh, Betsy, you in really bad shape.
Ronnie loves this car. Unfortunately, life seemed to have gotten in the way. Before he knew it, 10 years had gone by, and his girl had turned into a real wreck.
The top deteriorated after a long period of time. That explains why this mess is in here.
You've heard the expression Flintstone mobile?
Yeah.
That's kind of what we got going on here. Your floors are just gone. The condition of this convertible is so bad that we're going to need a lot of parts, and I know that they're not available on the reproduction market, so the only way to rebuild this car is to get a second car. You don't have enough parts on this car to build this car, and there's almost nothing available for a 65 Deville. I'm looking at some pretty big, basic things that we're gonna need. Seats, all the components inside the doors, the floors, the engine. When was the last time it ran?
Probably about 4 years ago.
You know all the chrome on this car is bad. Like just about every piece of chrome on the car. When I say bad, I mean not even rechromable. So what we're gonna end up needing in this case is a donor car. If I can find a good, clean donor car, we really don't have a whole lot of choice. The donor car is not only needed for sheet metal, it's going to be needed for many of the electronic components in this car. You gonna be okay with that?
Well, I'm motivated. I'm ready to get it started.
Okay. I love it. I think it'll be a fun project, but I just want to make sure you're ready for it.
Well, I ain't too ready as far as financially, but I'm gonna have to get ready.
Fair enough. Then let's go do some paperwork, all right?
Okay.
All right, thanks, man.
Well.
Ronnie is really motivated. His heart is definitely in this project, but this is going to be a really big job, and we've come up with a plan. Restoring this 1965 Cadillac will be a huge job. We need to hand build the floors. We're gonna do the quarters, build the doors, and then the body. We'll rewire the car and rebuild that drivetrain and other critical systems. We'll put in a new interior, new seats, and then a new convertible top. We'll replace the chrome and then give it that beautiful new paint job. We are absolutely jammed with cars coming into the shop. I need another guy in the metal fab shop, but it can't be just anyone.
I got a new metal guy, Mark McClellan. He stopped by, just dropped in. Really nice guy, sounds very down to earth. I mean, I like his resume. He's a welder. I know you've been talking about maybe wanting a welder, so I didn't know if you'd want me to bring him in for an interview.
I would like to, actually. I would like to.
From the looks of his resume, he's done what we do. He's not doing that now, but he has in the past.
Nobody does what we do, so I'm not surprised.
If you don't mind, I'll bring him in for an interview.
Okay, thanks.
All right, thanks.
My wife, Melissa, handles a lot of duties at the shop, including collecting resumes for potential hires. We really need someone in the metal shop. I hope she's found the right guy.
All right. So, you ready to do this for your wife's birthday?
Damn right.
Okay. Kevin and Megan are regular customers here. Megan is the love of Kevin's life, and he wants to do something really special for her birthday. Megan is a car girl and loves her classic Monte Carlo, so Kevin wants us to give it a full makeover in time for her birthday. Unfortunately, it's only 4 weeks away, so we don't have a lot of time. Pop the hood and let's see what we can do with the engine. I gotta tell you, the engine compartment looks pretty good. Is there anything that doesn't function well in here that you'd like taken care of?
Not at all, but from as far as a pop standpoint and everything else, you can see it has a lot of the 1980s smog type, restrictions that are on the motor. Choking it down, I realize, we're all under emissions restrictions nowadays.
Within my legal constraints, I'll do what I can.
Let's go.
Fair enough? Okay.
Yes.
You're looking more for this car to pop externally, right? You want her to look at it and go, wow.
Let's go.
Fair
for
enough?
it.
Okay.
Yes. I've been married to Megan for 11 years. Megan's a special woman because she puts up with a lot of my crap. I'm wanting to have the car restored to give a little bit back to the, all the beautiful things she does for me.
Do you have any restrictions, or do I take free license on this?
Free license, use your imagination, let's go.
You sure about that? Because I mean, I can do some things to this car and make it look a fair amount different and way more aggressive than it does now, which is what I would love to do with this car.
Let's do it.
Okay, wheels, tires, paint scheme. It'll still be a white Monte Carlo, but it'll be a different white Monte Carlo. Drop it, make it a little more aggressive, handle better. You're okay with all this?
Fine.
Do you care if we get rid of the stripes and the whole Monte Carlo SS
Not at all. As long as we come up with some type of graphics that make it pop.
So maybe put something back on there that says it's an SS, but not necessarily the original sticker look. Okay, good. We can make it look like a different car in 4 weeks, and but still keep the roots of what you got here.
She's my princess, I want to make her smile every time she drives it.
Quite honestly, you're making me smile by giving me this this license. This is very cool. I love getting a hand in building cars because I know enough about Megan. I think I get what'll make her head spin. So this is very cool. As long as I have it back to you by her birthday, you're okay.
I'm fine.
We're gonna drop the body of the Monte Carlo and give it a more aggressive look. Then repair the interior, repaint the front end, replace the graphics with a new design, and add new wheels and tires that will improve the handling and really make the car stand out.
I've got a 65 Cadillac that's filled with leaves and crap, and so far, at least one dead animal that we pulled out of it. And I really don't want some guy with a broom and a stick cleaning it out.
I'm not sure who's going to clean out this car, but it definitely isn't going to be me.
Distribution of the jobs is generally based on who is the most logical person to do it.
Congratulations. I want Dale, our electrical expert, to clean up the Cadillac and check out the wiring and see what's missing. Dale doesn't really like getting his hands dirty, so I know he's not going to be happy with this job.
There's poop in here, though.
There is lots of crap in here. Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, so I need you to get in here and make sure that all the ribbon cables and all the motor wires and connectors and everything are taken real good care of as you clean out the car. So I need you to clean it out and look at all the crap in the dash. Get it cleaned out. You're the electronics guy, and there's a lot of electronics in the car, so I think this is for you. You're the right guy for it.
You think so?
Thanks, man.
Thanks, Dan. It's bullshit. Well, when you come up to the Cadillac, and you see how disgusting and nasty it is, it smells like piss, it's grody, you got mold everywhere, leaves and junk. I'm already thinking to myself, I'm not touching it. It has nothing to do with me. They want me to help me push it. I'll do it. I don't have a problem pushing it. I'm not cleaning it. Not gonna happen. It happened. I'm ready. Safety glasses.
Dale doesn't realize he's a bit of a prima donna. He tends to put himself in a way almost above some of this work. And he's the electrician, and he needs to get his hands a little dirtier. He thinks his hands are too special to get dirty because he deals in circuits and fuses.
Sometimes you're the windshield, sometimes you're the bug. Turns out today I'm the bug.
It's garbage. I do genius work. clean out cars. What kind of shit is that?
Hey, how you doing?
Good. How can I help you?
I'm Mark McClellan. I'm here to interview with Dan.
Hey, Dan, your interview's here?
Mark is a new candidate coming in for a job interview today. Come on in, welcome.
Thank you. Good to meet you.
What was interesting about Mark is that instead of just sending us a resume through email like most people do, he banged on the door, found Melissa, talked to her, and convinced her that he was the right metal guy.
Come on in, grab a seat if you would, please.
I'm very excited to interview him, and I'm hoping this is the guy we need because we're still falling behind in metalwork because that many cars are coming in.
What is it that brings you here?
I've been into cars about 10 years.
Okay.
Love them. It's what I do on my spare time. And, you know, I'm under the belief that you're only happy whenever you do for work what you love to do at home.
It's one thing to talk the talk. It's another completely different thing to walk the walk.
I believe that I'm confident enough in myself and my learning abilities to be able to learn this trade and work well enough for you that you won't get rid of me.
Okay. That's a lot riding on your first 2 weeks here. You understand that,
Absolutely.
right? Okay.
I think that the fit will work really well. He's kind of a blank sheet of paper with some good metal experience. Dino and Steve are working on the Monte Carlo suspension, which has to be done before it can go into paint.
Right now on the Monte Carlo, we're just putting in new rear springs and front steering knuckles. A little bit of an upgrade. They're bigger, a little bit stronger. Just something the customer wanted to do. Pretty simple. When you work on a car that's going to be a birthday present, there's a little bit added bonus because it's a present for somebody. Hey man, did you break anything yet? Not yet. Give it a minute. Give it a minute. I'll check back up on you. Usually when customers come pick up their car from here and see the end result of any kind of work we've done, they're usually surprised.
Now that the suspension work is done, we need to get the Monte Carlo into the body shop so we can prep the front end for paint. I usually don't like working on a deadline, but we told Kevin we'd have this car ready for his wife's birthday, and that's exactly what we're going to do.
We just got this Monte Carlo in. Right now, what I'm about to do is just freshen up the nose of the car with a paint job because it's chipped up a little bit. The rear end has been painted before, so I'm just trying to get it all to match.
Ronnie wanted me to find him a car to build his car. I found him the car, I presented it to him with pictures and emails. He made a decision and bought the car, and I had it transported here for him.
I'm here to see the donor car, and I'm thinking that it's gonna be an old car that looks bad, and you know, maybe I can get a couple of parts off of it.
The donor car was nicer than I was expecting. I mean, look, we wanted a nice donor car because obviously we have to have good parts on it. What ended up happening, though, is the donor car is not only nicer than your car, hell, it's a lot nicer than your car.
That's the donor?
This is the donor. We're about to pass the only bad spot on the whole car. You see this spot on the quarter? Other than this is a solid car, and it's just as solid on the inside as it is on the outside. The problem is we got a real nice car here.
Yeah, we do.
I saw this, and I knew then that we'd have a decision to make because this is a really clean car.
This is a well put together car. This is not a donor car.
Well, that's the problem, because this is the donor car.
Can I look at the engine?
Look at that.
Oh, man.
It's complete.
I don't know, Dan. I don't think I can cut up one piece of history to fix up another. I might be interested in fixing up both of them.
Ronnie, we bought this car to build your car. You can't have all the 65 Cadillacs.
I can't have all of them?
You can't have all.
Right now, I'm in the middle of making a choice whether I want to fix Betsy or this donor car that he brought in. It's really kind of breaking my heart.
You think about it. Let's get in out of the cold, all right? But you got a day.
It's just gonna be really hard. But Dan has gave me like 24 hours to make up my mind.
I don't want to cut up the donor Cadillac any more than Ronnie does, but he can't afford to build 2 cars, and I need the parts from his donor car. So it's time for him to make a decision. Alan, my lead painter at FantomWorks, is finishing up the front end of the 1984 Monte Carlo.
We just painted the front doors, the fenders, and the bumper cover, and I'm pulling the tape off of the doors, and I see the quarter panel next to it, and it is completely off. The paint that they sent me was so bright of a white that actually made the back end of the car look yellow.
Alan just told me that the paint on the Monte Carlo didn't match. We don't have time to fool around, so we're gonna have the paint store send us another sample immediately. Ronnie, the owner of the 65 Cadillac, has not given me a decision on how he wants to proceed with this car. I've been trying to call him for a while with no answer. 65 Deville. Okay, I don't know what to do with this guy.
You try to get hold of him? Or you...
He's got 3 phone numbers in the tracker. You got a day.
All right.
I told Ronnie he had 24 hours to contact us with a plan on how to proceed with his car. It's been weeks since we've heard from him, and I've tried calling him on the number he gave us with no success.
Do you need him to come in, or do you need to talk to him?
Yes.
If I get a hold of him?
Both.
Okay.
I need him to come in, and he needs to give us a number, and I think I'm ready to tell him to go take his car and drive it away.
Hey, Ronnie, how have you been?
I am fine.
I finally got in touch with Ronnie, the owner of the 65 Cadillac. He's coming in today so we can figure out what to do with his car.
What's up, Dan? I feel like, you know, a little child that's scared of his mom when I come in Dan's office.
Please, have a seat. 3 weeks ago, you said you were going to give me a decision on your donor car, whether we were going to cut it up and build your convertible out of it or not, and you never called back. We've left message after message, and you don't return calls. But I needed to know what to do with the donor car that you bought.
He's compassionate and he's understanding. You just can't make a decision like that overnight, but I made up my mind. So I'm ready to get it done. Go ahead and use the donor, and I want to see my baby on the road. And next time we do business, don't get a donor that looks that good, okay? Please.
I'm going to build you a car.
Okay.
All right.
Well, fine and well.
Thanks, man.
Thank you, man.
All right.
Okay.
You have a good one, man. Talk to you later.
Okay, now.
Good to meet you.
When I interviewed Mark for the metal shop position, I was really impressed with his attitude.
I'm confident enough in myself and my learning abilities to be able to learn this trade.
Mark is a new guy, and we're throwing him into the deep end right away with this Cadillac. I wouldn't normally do this, but in this case, we've got more work coming in than we can possibly handle. He claims he knows metal work, and this is going to be his chance to make it or break it.
There we go.
Kyle's going to keep him under his supervision because he is so new. I'm going to be watching him very closely as well.
It's very intimidating. I was expecting to come in here and sweep the floors for a couple months, learn as much as I could. I got thrown into this on my first day, which is fantastic. I like doing this. I'm having fun. It's tedious, but I like it. It's a difficult job, but I think I'm up to it. I think I'm doing a decent job at it, learning everything as I go. If I mess it up real bad, I might kick rocks, and if I do good at it, then I'll move on to bigger and better things.
He's got me looking over his shoulder, and I'm pushing him to get it done. So I know he's struggling with worrying he's going too slow. He's toughing it out better than most guys would.
Yeah, I got all those holes drilled out.
Okay.
All I got to do is just got to break those.
It's nasty.
Yeah.
The 65 Cadillac is still in the metal shop. Kyle is going to check on the work being done by the new guy, Mark.
Yeah, I got all those holes drilled out.
Okay.
All I gotta do is just, gotta break those.
It's pretty nasty.
Yeah.
On the other car, you can just cut this brace off.
Oh, okay.
Get the trunk out of the car and then
Okay, I understand.
carefully remove it.
Okay, I understand.
So you don't damage the floor.
Right.
And that way we'll have as much of that pan as we need.
Okay.
Alan's already done one pass on the Monte Carlo, but the paint didn't match. So Audrey's bringing Alan a new sample from the paint store.
Oh, finally.
It's not any closer than the other samples.
Yeah, that is way off still.
Yeah.
It's still bright white. It's the same stuff they sent me before.
It's different.
Yeah.
It's not.
It's supposed to be this color, and it's totally off. And I sent them this so that they could actually drop it on there and make sure it was perfect. The trim piece that came off the car is like a cream white, and the paint that they sent me is like a chalky white. It's definitely not gonna match. That's not perfect.
All right, well, you have fun with that.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun. Probably the best solution is to go ahead and just paint the whole car now. So now I have to go break the news to Dan and see how he takes it.
Alan just told me that the new paint Audrey got from the paint store still doesn't match. We don't have time to fool around trying to match it again, so we're just going to repaint the whole car. Mark is still working on cutting the old floors out of the Cadillac and replacing them with the floors from the donor car.
Right now, I'm tearing out the floor out of the old Cadillac, and then I gotta move over to the donor car, pull the floor out of that one. I did patch panels on a 1950 Plymouth a few years back. Never anything this large. Everything is free, everything's good to go. I got underneath it and lifted it up, and it actually moved.
All right, maybe I'll make it. All right, watch yourself. Maybe not.
Hey, look at that.
Maybe it will.
Yay.
Good job, buddy.
I've never done anything like this, so it's either sink or swim.
Ready?
Yeah, you wanna give me a hand?
Yep, let's get in there.
Let's do it.
We really need to move the 65 Cadillac along. Mark is still working on the trunk floor. So I told Joel to start removing the trim, the accents, and the bumpers from the donor car. The only problem is the donor is a four-door sedan, and Ronnie's car, Betsy, it's a two-door convertible, which means that not all of the trim will be transferable.
I'm gonna go pull all those pieces off so I can compile the best of everything that I need to put the car back together when it's time to do it.
Before the weekly progress meeting, I decided to take a look at Mark's work on the Cadillac.
Mark, not bad, but definitely got some work to do.
The 65 Cadillac floors are clearly not yet ready for prime time.
I think I'm taking too long and they need it done quicker.
The Cadillac, that's obviously probably going to turn into a long-term project. He's still much slower than we can accept.
He has a long way to go.
Okay.
He has a long way to go.
I think that this project was probably too aggressive for Mark to start out with. He wasn't ready for this. So at this point, I'm going to put Walter and JP on the car, and we're going to put this program into high gear.
How's it going, Mark?
Good, man.
Although Mark's quality standards are getting very, very close to what I'm looking for, he's still much slower than we can accept.
And Mark, for what it's worth, this one was a pain in the butt from the get.
So, does it bother you that we're going to put a mat on top of that?
No, not at all. I mean, regardless if it's going to be covered and nobody sees it ever again, has to be right. I understand that. I
That's absolutely the right answer. When he said, I don't care that a mat's going on top of it, this is the standard that he essentially wants, he let me know at that moment that he is the kind of individual that I've been looking for. So at this point, I'm going to put JP and Walt on this car so we can turn this thing into top gear.
Mark's attitude is good, his instincts are good, but right now he's just too damn slow. Now it's up to Walter and JP to pick up the pace on this Cadillac.
Dan is putting me and JP on the Cadillac at the same time. I think we're at the point now where we need to make some progress on that Cadillac. I do hope that I don't have to come in behind him and correct much.
On the 1984 Monte Carlo, we've been having trouble matching the new paint to the original paint on the car. We don't have time to screw around anymore because we promised this car for Megan's birthday, and it's almost here.
Decided to stop wasting time and go ahead and paint the whole thing.
You know, for a big plastic forward balance, it actually doesn't fit all that bad. And you guys have done real well in making that match the lines of the car. So.
Yeah, we don't check this.
Yeah, it looks real good. You guys did a good job. Kept it very reasonable, so thank you.
We have a deadline, which is coming up pretty soon, and we still have graphics to paint. My idea was a simple stripe that comes down here.
Yeah, with the brake.
Yeah, below here, and then jump up and back into this body line.
I like how that flows with the original body lines on the car.
Yeah, that signature Monte Carlo body line.
Yeah.
It's kind of cool. It belongs to a girl, and she's really into the car.
Yeah, man.
It's kind of a late model muscle car, really. Push this out a little more forward.
JP and Walt finished the floors on the Cadillac. It's gone through primer. Alan and his crew will do the bodywork and sand the car until it's smooth and perfect. Then it will be ready for final paint. The Caddy is massive, so to lay down a paint job smooth on a car that big means Alan has to be at the top of his game. With the new paint on, now it's time to put the Cadillac back together. Dale has to hook up all the gauges and all the other electrical devices. This is where his cleanup job will pay dividends. He has to reinstall the dashboard.
Watch your paint. Let me get a better seat here. You got a better angle than I do.
He has to figure out where everything goes and how it fits together.
Oh, okay, that's where that goes.
Then he has to hook up all the hoses for the air and heater.
Dude, you should have seen this dash before I fixed it.
Now that the paint is done, the Monte Carlo is ready for graphics. Megan's birthday's coming up, and unfortunately, that's a non-negotiable date. We're gonna get these graphics done, and they have to be perfect.
I'm having a little trouble getting the angle just right on the graphic, so Dan and Kyle are pitching in.
I'm seeing a 1/16 of an inch deflection in it. I mean, it's just jumping out at me.
Graphics are tough because you're making your own template as you go. There's a lot that can go wrong with this project, and with so little time left, we can't afford to have any mistakes.
Here, let's do this. What if I pull it from here, and you tack it?
If we do it, lay it out just like this with the smaller SSs, it's probably...
Bring the Monte Carlo almost in from the door line.
Yeah, and the SSs right here.
Yep, that'll fit really nicely in our body line.
The small Monte Carlo is on the deck lid. That'd be kind of sharp.
That would actually be cool too, yeah.
My original thought was this light blue and then the Monte Carlo over the top of it.
I think the slanted SS gives it a really racy look. Alan, your graphics on the side, an amazing job. And I think this gal's gonna think of this as probably the best birthday she's ever had. Here's the bad news. You gotta get this ready tonight because she's picking it up in the morning. How much time?
A late nighter.
Thanks, guys.
I've sprayed on the graphics, and now comes the moment of truth.
Alan did a fantastic job with the graphics, but we've got a lot of loose ends to tie up, and we don't have any time to spare. The 1984 Monte Carlo is set to deliver soon. We're putting the finishing touches on it, and it looks beautiful.
That looks way better. It fits the wheel well, just a whole lot better.
Yeah.
Hey, do me a favor, fire it up. I want to check the clearance on it.
Cut it all the way to the right. Good.
Okay, who's gonna drive it and not scratch it?
You.
I need someone clearing the front, and I need one guy clearing the ass.
Straight back.
I know Kevin and Megan have a pretty good sense of humor. I thought it'd be fun to play a joke on them, especially since I've got a Monte Carlo that looks a little similar to theirs in the shop right now.
Hey, Dan.
Yeah.
Megan and Kevin are here.
Okay.
Hey, what's going on, big guy?
Hey, folks.
How you doing?
Kevin, good to see you.
Good to see you now.
Hey.
Hello, Megan. Kevin dropped off your car, had a few issues. I know you've been dealing with some leaks and some mechanical issues, and so he asked us to take care of that. But he also asked us to make it look a little better. This man is truly in love with you, okay? I'll just tell you that. So we've done that. Now, I'm gonna go ahead and blindfold you. You can put your arm around me if you want to, Kevin. Your wife's putting her arm around me.
Can I grab your arm?
No, don't grab my ass. Just, again, we're gonna walk slowly. Don't peek, don't turn around. I'm gonna undo your blindfold. On the count of 3, I would like you two to turn around and take a look at your new Monte Carlo. 1, 2, 3.
For the love of God. Really? I didn't want a freaking hoopty. I wanted something, you know, a little bit subdued. This isn't what I asked for. This isn't what I asked for.
You wanted Little Princess.
Little Princess.
And you wanted the SS.
Exactly.
Suspension work. And we did T-tops.
This is a hoopty. This isn't exactly what I wanted. You know, how about trying again? This isn't gonna work.
And I remember you mentioned before you had a problem where it scraped when you hit a dip too fast. There's really no issues with scraping.
I'm definitely not going to scrape in it now.
Suspension.
I've got a feeling you don't like it. I mean, I'm not.
I didn't
Look,
know what
Daniel,
to
take this
expect.
one the hell out of here, okay? Just take it the hell out of here, and we'll do another one.
Yeah, it's pretty. I'm pretty disgusted. You know?
Get it out of here.
Well, I don't want you to be upset, you guys. It's not worth arguing over.
Maybe. You like this one a little more. You didn't like that one.
Oh, holy cow.
You like this one a little better?
It looks awesome. Oh, man. Thank you.
You had me worried.
I knew you were pulling my leg.
I love you, baby.
Wow. Is it okay if I go check it out?
Of course, let's go look at your car.
Holy cow. It looks a little lower. Is it just the tires are bigger?
Going from 15-inch wheels to 17-inch wheels, you get a much lower sidewall profile, so it'll really just go around a corner a whole lot
A little bit better. I've always loved the car, but now it's like awesome.
Looks like it's leaning forward, like it's just ready to take off. Just give me a little gas.
What Alan wanted to do was bring in this two-tone blue with the SS and a very classy-looking Monte Carlo lettering.
The paint on it looks amazing. It's got a new front end. Oh, man. Got some nice tires on it, too. Oh, they're a lot wider. Good, because I have a hard time getting traction sometimes. I really do enjoy cars, and I would have never had it restored myself. Thank you.
Yep.
It's like the most amazing present anybody's ever gotten for me.
Now it's time to get you guys home. Megan's a car girl, and she loves the work we've done on her car. Kevin is thrilled with how happy she is with her birthday present. This is the kind of job we really live for. Ronnie and I have just had a conversation about money. I was pleasantly surprised that he wasn't shocked by what we had to do and what it cost.
Man, what'd you bring me out here for, man?
Well, I brought you out here because there are certain backgrounds that are perfect for certain cars. And there is no better background for a 65 cruiser like yours than something like this. So, spring day, time for a cruise in a convertible. You ready for it?
I'm ready.
Okay, because you know, your car was hauled to our shop when it really should have been hauled to a scrapyard, right?
Yeah.
You're certainly in the top 3 worst cars we've ever taken on, just because the damn thing's so big.
You reminded me about that several times.
All right, you ready to see it?
I'm ready to see it.
All right, go ahead and bring it on around.
Oh, my God. Oh, God. Woo! Oh, my God. Woo!
Watching Ronnie see this car come around the corner was amazing. He starts hooting and hollering like he's seeing his first cheerleader in high school. I thought it was a hoot.
What do you say, buddy?
Oh, man, Dale, that is beautiful, man.
What do you think, man?
Oh,
You like it?
Man, yes, I do, man. Like it, I love it. When Dale brought the car around the corner, the first thing caught my eye was that grill. That shine just hit, the sun hit it, boom. And it's just like bling, it hit me in the eye. Oh, my God, man. Is it the same car?
It's the same car, trust me.
Woo, look at that dash, it's back. Look at that chrome, the chrome is actually shining. Oh, God, look at that dash, man.
This is my favorite part of the whole dash, right here.
Whoa, oh, my God.
Telescopic, man.
It just felt so good to be back in Betsy once again.
We went out for our first test drive together. Was this in your family before you got it?
No, actually, I bought it from a guy you wouldn't believe. His name was Santa Claus.
No, come on.
Yes,
you got this car from Santa Claus.
And I bought it right before Christmas. Well, come on, let's hit the beach then. Let's go. Bessie is back in one piece, and I'm just glad and I'm just overexcited to have it back again.
Man, this is my favorite part of the convertibles. You can reach up and just sort of feel the air.
Yeah.
Ronnie had the time of his life, very successful drive.
You ready to take her home?
Yes, I am, Dan.
Let's do it.
Oh, man.
You're gonna take care of her, right?
I am, yeah, I am. You know I am, Dan. Thank you, man.
Anytime. It was an honor, man. We enjoyed it, we hated it, and enjoyed it at the same time.
Well, that's all right. You did me real good, Dan. I appreciate it, man.
Absolutely.
Oh, man. I can't believe it. All right now, Dan.
It was a really great feeling watching Ronnie drive off in his car, because I know he and his wife are going to go back to those same memories, those same drives and those beaches that they visited so many years ago, and they're going to recapture a part of their youth that he never thought he'd get back again.
I'm just glad to have my baby back.
We gave the '84 Monte Carlo a makeover that's sure to turn heads. New tires, new wheels, and a bright new paint job with custom graphics that really make it pop, and we got it all done in time for Megan's birthday. Ronnie's '65 Cadillac rolled in here full of rust, leaves, and dead animals. We did a ground-up restoration, restoring not only the car, but Ronnie's dreams along with it.